Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you to the ABSL FDI Forum. My name is Paweł Panczyj. I am the board member of ABSL, and I will be the host of today's conference. We are meeting today at the studio of Warsaw Marriott Hotel to present, as always in June, you may remember that, the new ABSL sector report, Business Services Sector in Poland. This publication has already become something like an investor's Bible when talking about the new projects and expansion of the existing investors. Today, we all will hear the key findings about probably the most difficult year in the more than 20-year history of the sector in Poland. At the second part of the forum, we will discuss the current conditions of Polish economy, and we will see if and how the foreign direct investment can support the Polish government in its plans to strengthen the economy after crisis caused by COVID-19 pandemic. And now, to open the forum officially, I would like to ask to stage Piotr Dziwok, President of ABSL and Country Chairman of Share Poland.
Gentlemen, I'm warmly welcoming our government officials present at the meeting, as well as our members, our partners, and our sponsors. It's so good to see so many of you participating today. And the sign of time is the fact that we've got people gathered in the room, but also those which are watching us on their computer screens. This is something which epidemic changed. We passed a pretty tough period in our country, in our business. And the pandemic was a crisis. And interestingly enough, the word crisis in Chinese means two things. One is a problem and another is an opportunity. And I believe that we, as our industry, we've used the opportunity pretty well. We continue to grow. We've been growing in terms of number of employees. Our contribution to Polish GDP was substantial. We've also retained a substantial share in Polish export. And this is important because our industry is bringing money, is bringing benefits for employees, but more importantly, our industry is bringing knowledge and experience from developed countries to our country. And I've got a question. I'm asking the question to myself, how we are doing after the pandemic. We all hope that pandemic is over. And I've got the question, how the future looks like. Is the future looking bright? And today's meeting, our FDI forum is going to answer those questions. But there is one thing which is really important for me. We as an industry, we've been known as an industry of good relation between the people, collaboration, working together. And when the pandemic started, I was a little afraid that this is going to change. I've been also working from home for the last 18 months. Last time when I visited my office happened in April, not April this year, but April last year. My children, they are living abroad. It was hard for them to visit our home, and I really worried. But actually, I believe that the epidemic didn't change the good relationship, didn't change the care approach between the people, between the employees of our industry. And this is also important. And therefore, through opening this forum, I'd like to wish you a very insightful meeting, a lot of opportunities to learn, but more importantly, the opportunity to re-establish, to rebuild your relationship through talking to friends and talking to your colleagues in the industry. Have a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Piotr. Now, before we move to the first item on the agenda, let me provide a few logistic information. The event is taking place at the Marriott Hotel in Warsaw, as well as it's available to watch at the ABSL website, www.absl.pl. You can also send us your questions to the authors of the report via the just mentioned webpage of ABSL. I also would like to thank at this moment our partners and sponsors who made this event possible. And this time, the sponsors are the gold ones: Accenture, AICPA and CIMA, ING, Shell and Skanska. The partners are Citi, HSBC, PHN and UBS. The city partners are the City of Katowice and the City of Kraków. The networking partner is Invest in Pomerania. The safety of the people participating in the meeting is provided by Mazovia, and the event is powered by Brill AV Media. Now back to the agenda of today's forum, which is built in two parts. The first one will provide general overview of the sector based on the new data gathered in the report. The second part is composed of two panels, and then we will discuss in more details key elements critical for further growth: how to secure sustainable flow of well-educated talent, and how to make sure that Poland is still attractive in the times that one of the main aspects influencing the investors' decisions is the Polish quality of life in our cities. To kick off the first part of today's forum, I would like to invite to the stage Wojciech Popławski, ABSL Vice President, Business Intelligence and Thought Leadership, who in the past few years has been supervising the creation of the ABSL annual report.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really good mood today because 2 years ago, I was still standing pretty much at display in a very big scene with 1,000 of smart faces looking at me, and actually I couldn't actually think clearly, you know, how to present the key insights from the sector. Last year, I was in a very comfortable position because I was actually sitting at my home office. I've got very comfortable neighborhood, my fans behind saying, okay, that will go all right. And today, the reason why I'm in a very good mood, because we are really getting gradually back to normal. I'm actually in a venue which is empty, but I've got a lot of you looking at me through the other side of this digital camera in front of my face, and I'm really in a good mood because I also have a lot of very interesting and impactful information to share with you. First of all, we talk a lot about new jobs that we created, but let's be fair. Let's actually focus more in the first place how the sector truly impact our economy, because this is all what matters. So currently, the share of our sector in the Polish GDP is 3.5%, which is pretty much consistent what we experienced in 2019, in a pre-pandemic year. We also contribute significantly to the export of knowledge-intense services, and the value of this export as per our estimations, is at the level of $23 billion. And what is most important, it's over 10% more than last year. So what does it truly mean? It means that, of course, from a high-level perspective, our sector is resilient to pandemic, or at least prove to be resilient to pandemic. And of course, we still have to talk about the net jobs that the sector created. And last year, again, during the pandemic, we created 13,500 new jobs. And there was a lot of brave international and Polish companies that decided to open 74 centers in Poland. Yes, all that happened during pandemic. We talk a lot about Warsaw, Krakow, all the global rankings that are actually talking about the growth of the sector, leading position of these two major cities. But we truly have to acknowledge that there is 57 cities, mostly in the regions, that host at least one center within our sector. 57 cities. And we also have to focus that the highest dynamic of growth is actually observed in the region. Let's take a look at the Tri-City. You've got 8 new investments that actually started in the pandemic year. The headcount, or maybe the employment in the Tri-City, exceeded 30,000, and we've got at least 13 investors who employ over 500 people. So, and what is also important, that as much as we can talk about multiple industries in Warsaw and Krakow, probably Wrocław, in Tri-City, in Łódź, and some others, the sector, business services sector, is really becoming the leading industry and the regional specialization. Innovation. We hear a lot that our sector is really back office of the world. But we looked into the Polish Statistical Office numbers. What is the percentage of companies in the broader services sector that introduce at least one innovation within the last 3 years? There is only 21%. We ask our members and our sector companies, and we've got 73% of all the companies that actually cherish innovations almost on a daily basis. There's a lot of focus about automation, artificial intelligence, cloud. Our centers and the leaders in the centers declare today that almost 41% of all the, even 43% of all the activities performed in the centers are truly digitized. What does it mean? It doesn't mean that all of them are purely automated. It's actually meaning that the process of augmentation of the human work with technology is gradually progressing. And this is really impressive, and I think this is something what we should truly focus on. And at the end of my very short presentation, because of course the intention is to give you the report, which is already available online, and give you a chance to go through all this, probably 200 pages this year. Yes, we are getting better. But what is important at the end, and what I would like to conclude my presentation with, is to really focus on the challenges or the opportunities or the areas that we will be focused on over the next couple of years. First of all, and I think I will not surprise anyone, that the way we use office, the way we use city infrastructure will drastically change. And we already have got the interesting debate with the members and the representatives of the cities, representatives of the real estate industries, and everyone is absolutely convinced that the offices will play very important role, but they will play a completely different role. And I think that we will have a chance to discuss about it, quite extensively during today's forum. Moving from the back office to middle office, which is gradually happening over the last years, will require different skills, will require digital skills. And what does it mean? It doesn't mean, don't get worried, that everyone needs to be IT professional. It means that we need people who are tech savvy, who can use technology in a smart way to be smarter. And this is what we are actually doing, and this is actually what is happening in our centers, and we are not talking about IT centers only. That's very important. And of course, we talk about the technology, and I think that technology will be one of the leading factors, and especially in a Polish context. We've got I think that Poland caught up quite significantly with the digitization, especially in a public administration, pretty much being pushed through pandemic. And also all the cloud programs and the way cloud can be utilized in transforming the business is only the beginning. And I'm absolutely glad that it's not only brought by the sector companies, the shared services, the BPO companies and the technology companies that we've got in Poland, but you actually see that this is actually catching up and is actually growing on our land and also in a number of Polish companies. And the last topic I would like to conclude my presentation with is around competitiveness, because we've got the ambition, we've got a lot of great news to share with you, and also what is also published in our report. But the competitiveness of our sector, competitiveness of Polish economy will be directly linked to the regulations. And I think that we are at the point where regulations can either give us another shot and help us double the sector and also spread it over to the broader economy, or we might actually move, or a lot of investment might move somewhere else. And again, I don't want to be pessimistic, but I think that we are at the stage where regulations do really matter, and I'm absolutely proud of what we achieved in our sector so far, and that we are becoming very important and even important part of Polish economy. With that said, I wanted to thank you for your patience, and really glad that you probably downloading the report right now, and we'll move directly to reading. Thank you.
Wojtek, thank you for the brief overview of what we can find in this year's edition of the report. Now we would like to move on to the Q&A session. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, we've just had a press conference with the representatives of the regions and the government. And the information that in the very difficult 2020, when almost every single part of the Polish economy was trying to survive, the sector growing and creating more than 13,000 new jobs in 73 new projects is something to be proud of. Even if we look from a bigger perspective, we were talking about the sector that in Poland has been active for only a little more than 20 years. The official date of the year of the opening of the sector is 2020, although we know that Lufthansa or City have been in Poland a little earlier. But in these 20 years, the sector was able to create 355,000 jobs. If we compare it with the traditional businesses that Poland has been known of, which is the mining, 89,000 employees, or automotive business, 225,000. This is really something to be proud of. That dynamism, and that dynamism was proved in the recent report, shows that we are very resilient. So now, trying to understand why and what we do, I would like to move on and invite to the stage Tomasz Brodzicki and Stanisław Umiński, who are the senior business intelligence consultants at ABSL and the authors behind the report, who for the second year running have been recreating the document and made it even more desirable for all those that are working in the business services sector in Poland. Gentlemen, welcome. And I would like to start with the question that most probably everyone is trying to analyze and answer. The difficult year for the global economy, yet the business sector, services sector is growing. if you were to provide just one, not three, but one information, why this sector was so resilient, what was the main reason that we survived, not only survived, but also grew immensely?
Well, I think there is a couple of simple reasons in the way I would actually describe it. First of all, we call ourselves sector, but we are not the traditional sector of economy. We are not the traditional vertical. We are actually what is common to all the companies in the sector is pretty much the way we operate, the way we centralize the work, and the way we use the central environment to innovate and accelerate transformation. And I think we benefited from the fact that within this horizontal focus, we represent multiple verticals. What it means in simple words, that there was a number of companies that benefited from the pandemic, especially the ones who were, preparing the video streaming, improving the way people collaborate virtually, and also the companies that were suffering, like the airline industry. However, even if the company is suffering, the center of excellence, like the centers we've got in Poland, they are very often used as a transformation engine. So that's why where they were actually really having declining business, they were also able to use the center and use the people who were hired there to pretty much catch up with all the transactions and operations and build the insights to take the right decision. Because if you are impacted, you need to take decisions faster. And our centers are moving very fast from the back office to the middle office that is supporting decisions making.
Thank you very much. This is the most important aspect, the complexity of the sector. If some of you remember the beginning of that sector in Krakow or in Warsaw, you may remember that we were quite shamelessly called wklepywacze faktur, people responsible just for transferring data from one source of information to the other. Then a couple of years later, it changed to call these people pianiści, just to be politically correct. Now, no one would use these words to describe the quality of the processes that are happening in the sector. So with that, I would like to move to the questions that we have received from the people that are watching us, as well from the journalists. And the first one is probably a clear one. We are talking about the growth. So what is the employment forecast? What is the most realistic scenario when we are thinking about the sector for the future?
Okay, I'll try to answer the question. In the report, actually, we provide three scenarios. The most realistic one is an estimate of growth of around 6% within the next 12 months. Actually, there is also the optimistic scenario, which to a large extent depends on the overall global prosperity and also the quality of regulatory system in Poland. So in the most optimistic scenario, the growth could be around 9%, so the employment could go to around 390,000 jobs. Now, together with the report, we also published today the ABSL foresight, and it has to be stressed that what we actually estimate is a pretty impressive growth possibility. So in the so-called negative scenario, we estimate that over the next decade, the number of jobs would increase to 480,000 jobs. So an increase by 125,000, really impressive one. In the very optimistic scenario, which largely depends on whether the sector will be able to become one of the leaders on the global technology frontier, actually the employment could go even up to 650,000 jobs. So it's really impressive, and obviously that will depend on, once again, the regulatory framework, and then also the overcoming the potential problem with the availability of talent pool, where actually we need also the support of our government.
Thank you very much. So we are talking about quite a big spread when talking about the positive and negative scenario. it would be interesting to understand what are the threats for the further sector development. We mentioned a couple of them. Talent is constantly evolving, but is it a threat? Is it one of the threats? Is it the threat? What is the list of the threats that we should be aware of?
First, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the sector has proven to be resilient and to be able to generate employment. However, it doesn't mean that there are no threats ahead. What comes from the research, I mean from the foresight and from the report, it is the unstable business regulatory environment. So to make one comment on it, the pandemic itself makes uncertainty and risk to be much higher than it used to be. So the sector needs some stability from the side of the regulations. It doesn't need more uncertainty. So that is absolutely a necessity. I could say that the second thing that comes from our research is that we are witnessing the increasing awareness of green environment, generally the environmental issues. So the fact is that Poland doesn't seem to be well prepared to benefit from the green investment. So much more effort also at the governmental level should be put in that direction. So that's the next thing. And of course, I would like to point that the sector is changing and we are also having the qualitative changes. So the sector will undoubtedly grow and it will need competences and will need talent pool. Yeah? So these are the areas in which the sector will need some support from the government. So these are the basic necessities and threats. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we hear that it's the regulatory and it's the talent. And in many cases, as we will hear in the upcoming panel discussion, we need to work on extending the availability of talent through any possible mean. We will move on to the next question that we have received, but please remember you can post your questions at absl@absl.pl. This is the way to send us your requests. So looking at the positive and negative scenario, looking at the existing threats, and yet the growth that is happening, why the BSS sector in Poland is considered a resilient sector? What are the qualities that allow us to survive even when others are complaining?
Well, let me at least call out three things. First of all, I would still refer to the technology. We as a sector, we're operating already in a highly digitized environment, especially that we need to understand that a lot of jobs that we create in Poland, they actually support foreign markets. So they need to find a digital way, even before pandemic, to communicate, to access data in a secure way, and so on. So there is no doubt that, and I think it was a big news in Poland, but yes, most of our companies moved to the digital operating model, to the remote work within 3-4 days. Yeah, and I think that was the first benefit, and I think that the reason why we were resilient, because we didn't really stop, right, operation. We didn't actually get into the mode, okay, we cannot communicate, we cannot come to office, what do we do, right? This model was already there. All the centers operating in this model, they've got very advanced business continuity plan. What it means, we were not actually anticipating pandemic, to be honest. We were rather anticipating the power outage issues. We were anticipating that there might be some catastrophe that might be impacting one of the cities. We didn't actually anticipate war, and hopefully we don't need to do it. But with all these plans, we've got this set of very strict procedures. These procedures are really tested, and I know that for years, we're just doing that for fun, right? But now once we operationalize these procedures, it actually worked. Yeah? So that was the second aspect. And the third aspect is again about talent, because we talk about the talent shortages for a reason. Because these people are brilliant. These people got, and the talent, and I'm not only talking about Polish people, and the vast number of foreigners who decided to come to Poland, live here, and operate from our centers. And the adaptability and curiosity and ability to change is still high, right? So if you combine all these three criteria, I'm absolutely not surprised that we are able to move to the business as usual and adapt to the new environment pretty quickly and in a consistent and stable way.
It's interesting, Wojtek, because you mentioned the adaptability, and once again, you mentioned the foreigners. Once again, it is a question of how the regulations will allow us to employ the foreigners. And we are not talking about people from European Union, although we do have, and this is also one of the information from the report, almost 14% of our employees are foreigners. This is implying specific operational mode. These people come from different countries, from different cultures, religions. We are probably in the forefront of the places that support very strongly diversity and inclusion. We can go into political aspects of that, but we are looking at these people as our employees, our friends. That is why it is important to remember that whatever we do is not political, is human dedicated. That is why when thinking and hearing that one of our ABSL member companies 2 weeks ago has decided to support in vitro by financing it to the employees who wish to proceed with the procedure, is not a political decision. We don't want to get involved in why we do it. We simply do it because our employees going through these procedures will be more happy, and happy employees are more feasible to provide the support that we need. So this is important to remember. We are not falling into aspects that are temporary. We are falling into aspects that are human dedicated. Now, moving to the next questions that we have received, and please remember you can still provide them in the absl@absl.pl. A lot of questions is concerning and oscillating around the future model of work. So when we hear that work from anywhere, not just work from home, but work from anywhere will be the prevailing model, is it really a model that will survive, thinking that the average age of people working for us is 31 and these people like being together? What is the future of the office space?
Okay, I will try to answer this question. Obviously, COVID-19 impacted the sector and impacted the modern office space sector. To some extent, it resembles a crisis, but actually an opportunity as well. So I would say that it actually accelerates certain changes, modifies certain behaviors. I think that a year ago when we had a foresight, ABSL foresight, actually there was a discussion whether digital transformation can occur fast. Then the pandemic started, and as we know, it happened within several days, so the possibility was there. Obviously, offices will have to adjust, and it seems that there will be partial return to offices. For sure, we are going to see a hybrid work model in which people are going to work from home and from anywhere, but also they will go into offices. The role of the office will actually change. In a moment, you actually said that diversity inclusion is really important. What has to be stressed is that actually diversity, inclusion, and sense of belonging actually matters. So throughout the last year, the pandemic created kind of behavioral problems, and the face-to-face interaction has to return. So offices in the future will be the places where people actually meet, have these face-to-face interactions, which are extremely important if we think about the forthcoming changes. So providing higher value added means greater creativity, and actually creativity is boosted by face-to-face interaction. So there will be return to offices, at least partial. The office market will actually develop. The offices will have to be adjusted, so health and sanitary issues will actually be more important. Technological aspects actually are going to change, so certain technologies are going to be utilized in order to provide for this greater sanity. Let's say AI solutions actually are really important, air conditioning and so on. I mean, to some extent, we have to convince our workers to return to offices. So certain new elements will have to be added to the property market, and actually offices have to actually become a kind of, joint tissue with the city surrounding it. So I think that the modifications will happen. Please remember that at this stage, the office space actually in Poland is 11.9 million square meters, and actually 1.1 million square meters is under construction. So we'll see that this huge asset, which is actually boosting the competitive potential of the sector in Poland, is actually going to further increase. So I'm pretty optimistic. It will be a challenge, but I'm pretty sure that the Polish developed modern office space market actually is going to prove its resilience and adaptability.
Thank you very much. It's important to remember what was just mentioned, that some of the aspects that we have gone through in the last couple of years, like strengthening of diversity and inclusion, will have to be strengthened by the sense of belonging. And that sense of belonging can be strengthened in the offices if we remember that before the pandemic, and that was a topic brought up at the press conference an hour ago, we were also working from outside of the office. One of the examples, if you went to Starbucks in 2019 between 11 and 2 o'clock, this wasn't the place where people were just drinking coffee. This was the place where a lot of them were working. Then all of a sudden, 98% of our employees moved to working from home in 3.2 days, which was probably one of the proofs of the resilience. When we think about the future model of work, the appetite that we developed in the regional locations and the new model that somehow slowed down the growth of the offices, at least for a year or two, the question would be, how can we support the regions, or can the regions support our growth by providing the added value to the quality of life that nowadays seems to be the most important aspect when choosing the location for the new business? So the role of regions in strengthening the sector.
First of all, I would like to say some trivial statement that the sector is a huge employer. Yeah? So it creates a lot of modern, attractive, flexible workplaces in the regions. Yes. So I think that the regions can contribute in a several ways. First of all, in the morning, we have been talking about the role of the regional agencies are responsible for attracting foreign direct investments. Mm-hmm. They can also work in favor of changing business local regulations. They are also important for attracting further foreign direct investments. Yes, in fact, we are talking about a perfect combination. What comes from the theory of foreign direct investment. Sorry, I'm not going to bother you with too much theoretical things, but it was all John Dunning, the theorist on FDI, that was making a conjunction between ownership advantages brought by FDI and local specificity. That's the combination that makes this sector to be growing in Poland.
Maybe a couple of words, maybe through the lenses of the investor and member company, and also representative of ABSL. I think that regions are doing the fantastic jobs. Yeah, because Pavel, you're asking what we need to do to help. They are super smart, right? And I think that the more they realize, they look into data, the more they realize that we are important. it's actually much easier for them to, for the regional governments to really focus their activities, focus their attention. Because if we create the well-paid jobs, each job is actually creating more jobs, right? And I'm absolutely comfortable. I absolutely love interacting with all our regional partners. And currently, we've got 57 cities who host our centers. And I think in the regions, in the smaller regions, they are more agile, they are more flexible in putting our sector into the first place. And once we send our company's representatives for a visit, they absolutely adore the experience, right? And I think we don't no longer have a stereotype of public administration, especially in the regions, because they behave like business, and business understands business. That's why we've got this boost in the region, and I think it will be difficult to stop it.
Mm-hmm. Gentlemen, you also mentioned, because this is the place where we talk about the report, the annual report, but you also mentioned the foresight. What is it? What benefits it has for the member companies?
Yeah, maybe I will start, and I will ask my much smarter colleagues to supplement. But I think that report is something that is available, very comprehensive to anyone. But we also decided, okay, we should expect more from ourselves, and we should also put together the one concise document that will combine, the thinking that we gathered not only through the economic research, but also through a series of panels of the practitioners, where we actually put the most important trends. We explain how it's linked to the global and local economy. And I think that anyone who've got this strategic foresight in the hand is absolutely equipped with the high quality document to really consider Poland. And this is the document, and the way it's written is really understandable to all the potential investors, advisors. I absolutely recommend that, and this is a really great asset, thanks to my distinguished colleagues who probably will supplement my little introduction.
So I think that I also would like to recommend that foresight, because we've done a lot of interactive work with the sector representatives. So there are things like the black swans identified that could threaten the sector development, and there are also not only the scenarios, but also a little bit longer term visions included in the foresight that are not included in the report itself.
So we don't only talk about reality, but we also create reality in a positive and negative way. So, and we walk the audience during our foresight panels through this scenario. I think it's very interesting. I'm not objective, but you have to see it.
Okay, thank you very much. The report, coming back to the main topic of the meeting today, the report mentions creativity. That is the main feature of the sector in Poland in the last days. What do the sector companies need for more innovations and innovative activities? Because when we talk about the growing added value of the sector, this is actually the innovations happening in the sector is what we mean. What would we need to stimulate that innovative growth? So not just 42, 43, but more companies can encounter this kind of activity that would elevate them to a higher level than just a back office center.
So in a very simple words, I think that we can no longer look at the very short-term perspective, right? Because Paweł, to achieve what you say, we really need more people. Right? We need more people, and we need to help our people to develop different skills. And I think what our companies can offer is already there, and I think we've got a lot to offer, and I think I'm quite comfortable with that. The second one, and I think this is a talent discussion, because we cannot cannibalize ourselves fighting for talent and use the monetary mechanism to really attract people. I think that going forward, companies that will be able to offer the growth, development, ability to create a lot of curiosity in the daily work on top of the daily activities that we don't always like is actually what would be super attractive. And I think we still have to work with the regional, with the central administration and you know, the entire education ecosystem, how we can really start creating certain skills before we really hire these people. Because I think that companies in our sector, and we did also some analysis, that it takes us around 2 years to close the competency gap, right? And it's not only on the technical level, because we are brilliant in teaching technicalities, especially in the IT space, but how we actually translate it into the way we communicate, the way we collaborate, the way we build the teams, and the way we pretty much create innovation. So I think let's focus on talent, reskilling, upskilling, and creativity, and let's go to the high schools, right? I think this is where our campaign should start, and I'm glad that ABSL is doing a lot about it.
Can I? So, in a recent World Economic Forum report, Poland actually is classified as the so-called efficiency enhancer country in transition to the innovation-driven stage. So at the innovation-driven stage, 2 elements actually matter. So innovation and creativity, first of all, and secondly, business sophistication. And when we actually focus on innovation paradigm within the sector in this report, we actually realize that sector is already innovative. However, a further boost is needed. So creativity has to actually become the work the centers in Poland operate. We are already going to the mid-office space. We have to provide higher value added services because our kind of cost competitiveness will be depleting. And without it, I mean, the certain problems actually could arise. So we are going the right way. As Wojtek just said, talent pool, so not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of skills will matter, and skills of the future will matter strategically. And when we are talking about the skills of the future, we are talking about the digital skills, first of all. We are talking about creativity, so ability to transform products, to actually create new products and services, and also the leadership skills will matter. So those are the tendencies that we actually stress both in the report and also in the foresight.
Maybe I would like to supplement it, because innovation is a risky business. It costs money. It's unpredictable in outcomes. So what is also needed, the stability of the regulations and the rule of the law. So these are also the important things.
Thank you very much. We are talking very much in the positive way about the future based on what we know from the past. But we already hear a lot of signals. First of all, moving to the online work, to the virtual reality that we work for, some people say speed it up of what we've been doing 50%. Now when we are in the hybrid model, when we once again started meeting physically, we see that some of the activities multiplied and people say we are working 60% more than in the past. So there may be threats. Some of the cities like Warsaw, Wrocław or Kraków, with the inflow of new projects, Wrocław for the next year is thinking about 3,500 new jobs. Warsaw about 7,500 new jobs. Some companies say we have moved back to the situation from 2005 to 2008. So I think talent will be the most important aspect that will make it or break it for the sector. However, I would like to end this part with asking one question that probably everyone is asking. How about if the fourth wave comes? Are we ready for it? And I'm not talking about the economy or Poland, is the sector ready for the fourth wave, whatever it is, of the pandemic, and how do you think we can react?
So looking at this, from a perspective of practitioner, whatever happened, we have to assume it will happen again. And the business continuity will have to keep this parameter in our plan, right? I think we will never get relaxed. We will always keep, that something like that may happen. However, it will not hurt us. I think it actually didn't hurt us, but I think we'll be even stronger, and we will be able probably to move to the new way of working, maybe even in the next in a few hours. But I'm pretty comfortable. I think the most important are the black swans, yeah? And I'm sure that the next black swan, hopefully it's not something traumatic as this one, it will be something that we will be resilient to as well.
Okay, we hear about the black swans. I know the black swans are mentioned in the foresight. So if anyone wants to get to know these black swans, please go to the ABSL shop and find the document. Thank you, gentlemen. We are moving, and it's good to see that the sector is strong and that despite the COVID pandemic, it has grown, and unlike any other part of Polish economy, has matured in identity of knowledge-based processes. This gives us all hope that the potential threats that we were warned about, like growing global competition, rising costs of running business based on maturing talent, and ups and downs of global economy, have not endangered the companies already present in Poland. Now, to moderate the first panel, how can cooperation between business and academia be boosted to create added value, I would like to invite to the stage Tomasz Brzozowski, Vice President of Global Finance Shared Services at Hitachi, and panelists in Tomek discussion will be Anna Kornecka, Under Secretary of State, Ministry of Economy, Development, Labor and Technology, Iwona Dudzińska, Managing Director, EMEA AML FIU Hub Head City, Jacek Borek, Managing Director of Accenture Technology, and Wiktor Janicki, Country President, Poland AstraZeneca, as well as Daniel Wocial, CEO and Cluster Head Poland and Czech Republic, the Adecco Group. Tomasz, the stage is yours, and gentlemen, thank you very much for sharing the information with us.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa serdecznie.
Good morning.
Ja się nazywam Tomek
Very
Brzostowski, nasi
warm
goście
welcome. My name is Tomek Brzostowski, and the remaining panelists have already been introduced.
okazję
We'll now have about 15 minutes to talk to the minister and the leaders of different sectors and businesses
jak wspierać
about how we support the cooperation of business and science and academia.
co chcemy robić,
We don't just want to talk about what we want to do and how we want to do it,
dlaczego
but also about why.
konspekt, te tło i potrzeby jest tutaj niesamowicie
And
istotny.
the context of this need is very important. We're undergoing digital revolution 4.0,
Oksfordu, że
and according to
80% dzieci w wieku szkolnym
Oxford scientists, 60% of children who are in school now will work in jobs that don't exist yet,
profesji
and about 50% of professions will be robotized or automated.
montują samochody,
Robots no longer only assemble cars or make sushi or hamburgers or load things onto cars. Robots analyze medical documentation, they carry out surgery,
analiz.
they carry out credit rating analyses and write
Czy grozi nam tak zwane
media
bezrobocie technologiczne?
communiques.
Natomiast wydaje mi się, że
Not everybody agrees on whether we are threatened with technological unemployment, but certainly what is ahead of us is an unprecedented scale
pierwsze
of
pytanie,
change.
właśnie tworzące pewien konspekt, chciałbym przede wszystkim zapytać
So
na
to
początku
start off, let me ask the representatives of business
które w państwa organizacjach
about the activities that no longer exist in your businesses, the activities and jobs that no longer exist or that appeared in the few last years. For example, jobs that did not exist 5 years ago. And then we'll ask the minister to comment on whether this is an opportunity or a threat for all of us, the young people in particular. I suggest we start in alphabetical order with Jacek Borek giving it first on what the situation is like at Accenture.
Państwo pewnie znacie Accenture.
Thank you for having me. You probably know Accenture from
taką firmą konsultingową, która
us
pomaga
being a
naszym
consulting
klientom
company
coś zmieniać, a z
that
drugiej strony
helps
jesteśmy
our
też praktykami,
clients
to znaczy
change things,
sami
and we're also
mamy
practitioners.
kilka tysięcy ludzi,
We
którzy
employ several
w
thousand
outsourcingu
people
świadczą usługi
who
naszych klientów.
provide
Jedna i druga twarz
services to external customers.
wymaga
Now, both
innowacyjności,
versions
wymaga
of our activity
realizowania
require a lot of
w
innovation
naszej praktyce
and
tej
change.
outsourcingowej
Now, our
podsumowaliśmy
outsourcing
sobie ostatnio, że
practice,
udało nam się
as it has
zautomatyzować,
recently been
zoptymalizować
summarized,
ponad 41
we have
tysięcy
automated
etatów.
over
To jest oczywiście
41,000
historia wielu lat
jobs.
w Polsce
Now,
i
this is
przenoszenia
a history of many years here in Poland, and also this covers many new clients and projects that
a
have been
jednocześnie udało nam
transferred
się
to
urosnąć do
Poland.
kilku tysięcy
And we have
ludzi.
grown
Tak,
to
to jest
several
praktyka,
thousand
która rok do roku regularnie
jobs in terms of
notuje
the
dwucyfrowe
headcount.
procentowe
And this part of our
wzrosty.
business
Więc,
has
odpowiada
double-digit
trochę na
growth
pytanie,
every year.
że ta zmiana.
So this is in response to
mojej oceny jest oczywiście,
the question
przede wszystkim
you
szansą.
asked
Przykładów jest oczywiście cała
about
masa.
threat or an
Wiele z nich się
opportunity.
będzie
I
pojawiało
believe this is
pewnie
first and
w
foremost an
poprzednich
opportunity.
wypowiedziach, też się pojawi później. Natomiast zaczęliśmy od automatyzacji przetwarzania dokumentów.
Now,
Pojawiają
we
się bardzo
started
ciekawe
with
zastosowania
automation and
dotyczące
documentation
tych
processing.
klepaczy już praktycznie nie ma.
So data
Praca
entry
centrów
is
outsourcingowych
almost no
coraz
longer there.
częściej to jest praca
More and more,
informatyków,
our work
którzy
for
albo
external clients is
tworzą
all about
roboty,
our
automaty,
IT
albo
experts
je
who either
utrzymują
develop
i rozwijają.
robots or
Pojawiły się
maintain
automaty do
these robots
tłumaczeń
or these
automatycznych na wiele języków.
automated
Z jednego miejsca z Polski
engines that, for
odpowiadać
example,
właściwie
translate
klientom
into
w
many
kilkudziesięciu
languages.
językach.
So from a
Pojawiły
single
się
place
automaty
here
do
in Poland, you
integracji
can
pomiędzy pocztą
answer
elektroniczną,
clients in
systemami
several dozen
transakcyjnymi, tak
languages.
żeby zautomatyzować i ułatwić
The
proces
automation
zatwierdzenia.
of
Pojawiły się
approval
automaty
processes
do
for transactions.
raportowania,
We've got
generowania raportów,
robots
wysyłania
to
raportów w najbardziej
automatically
dostępnym
generate and
kanale,
send
taki najbardziej,
reports in
pożądany
the
przez
most most accessible and available channel of communication. So this sort of work, in terms of the jobs, the human jobs have either disappeared or have been very much limited. Thank you. WillRobotsTakeMyJob.com is a website that evaluates the likelihood of the processes you do in your work being automated. And as you have said, languages are no longer or becoming less and less our competitive edge. Many companies would move to Krakow, Warsaw or Gdańsk because Poles spoke foreign languages, and that will no longer be sufficient, as it seems. What about your organizations, Ms. Dudzińska?
Ja chciałam tutaj, prawdopodobnie nie powiem rzeczy, które odbiegają od tego, co dzieje się w Accenture, ponieważ ja reprezentuję
I don't think I'm going to say anything different from Accenture. I represent Citigroup, one of the largest financial institutions in the world. A bank is there to lend money to clients, to carry out bank transfers for them, and do all sorts of transactions, transfers, and to make it safe and easy for the clients to operate. So I cannot tell you about things that ceased to exist. Instead, I would like to talk about the things that used to be done differently and have now been automated. Globally, we employ over 200,000 people. In Poland, we have 5,300 people. And we started our adventure developing our shared services center for city in Poland 16 years ago, which was when we provided incoming and outgoing transfer settlement for other countries. And that was done by people, by humans. One of the reasons this was located here in Poland was the human potential, the higher level of education, for example, here in Poland. And also there was an economic value, the low cost of these processes. So we had more and more employees here in Poland who did these transfers and other bank movements. Now we don't do them anymore. All of that has been automated. But when automating, new functions were established, or some new functions were added or developed. For example, technology growth, infrastructure growth, security of information, cybersecurity. These are the things that we need to pay particular attention to. It doesn't matter how modern banking products are, and there has been a lot of progress in this respect too. It is of paramount importance to each and every one of you, I assume, to rest assured that your money is safe. So we have automated a lot of processes. Some of the very simple processes were automated first, but then we moved on to developing global statistical models to counteract money laundering, for example, or for credit rating models, where swap or forward transactions, all sorts of derivatives are settled automatically. Our technology has been improved to the extent that during the pandemic, we were ready for over 90% of our 200,000 employees to work from home. A large share of these transactions and operations that make it possible are done here in Poland. City security is taken care of here in Warsaw. Different complicated projects are managed from Olsztyn. We provide these services to over 100 countries. And we provide the bulk of those services that City provides to its clients globally.
się na pewno świetnie, natomiast muszę przyznać, że z perspektywy
What
tego,
about
że jestem
AstraZeneca?
przede wszystkim stawiam na innowacje.
We're an innovative
Gro
company, first
naszych
and foremost.
wysiłków koncentrujemy na tym,
Most
w
of
jaki
our
sposób
effort
zwiększyć wartość
is focused
wynikającą z
on
robotyzacji,
how we
raczej niż szukać
increase
oszczędności. W
the
związku z tym
value
poszukujemy tutaj
generated by
szans,
robotisation
przede
rather than
wszystkim
looking
w
for
wsparciu
savings.
naszego procesu rozwoju
So
nowych
we are
cząsteczek.
looking
Właściwie
for
w całym,
the opportunity to
w
support
całym,
our process
w
of
życiu
developing new
cyklu życia
molecules
produktu, od
and throughout the
podstawiania
life
cząsteczek po jej
cycle of
dystrybucję.
a project,
Opieramy
from
się
the development of a new
systemami.
molecule all the way
Wydaje mi się,
to
że
its
takie najbardziej
distribution. That's where we
spektakularne
use all these
sukcesy
automated
dotyczą właśnie tej
systems.
części
And
związanej z
the
rozwojem
most
nowych
spectacular
cząsteczek,
part
prowadzeniem badań klinicznych,
relates
czyli tym, w jaki sposób
to
zadbać
developing new
o
molecules
szybki przepływ
and going
informacji,
through
o
the
dokładne
clinical
zbieranie
trials,
informacji zarówno o
how
skuteczności, jak i o
we
bezpieczeństwie
provide
pacjentów
and
biorących udział
gather
w badaniach klinicznych.
reliable information from patients who participate in clinical trials about the efficacy and other parameters. So we are extending human capabilities rather than slashing jobs. And that makes us deliver medication which is available on the market sooner and it's safer. So it's not getting savings, but getting more or generating more value. What about Adecco? Is there any change? And if so, then what sort of talent is sought? Well, our core business is all about looking for talent and competence and feeding that to our clients. And this is both for white-collar and blue-collar workers. Now let me start with the second group. When we hire talent, when we hire competencies, and we provide that to about 1,000 companies in Poland. And we have been looking at what investment our clients are making. And they are investing in robotization and automation of production processes, first and foremost. For example, in the tire production business, in the general automotive sector, a lot of the competencies that were very much in demand a few years ago no longer exist. They have been substituted with machines. But there's a positive trend as well. Electric mobility, for example. We know about new investment that's planned in Poland. For example, Fiat is going to invest here. And I'm also responsible for the Czech Republic. And there is more and more demand for electricians for battery production. So these are some of the sectors that are growing very nicely. Now, for white-collar jobs, we have call centers, and there is a lot of change in this respect. For example, today I did not recognize I was talking to a chatbot. It was only at the end of the conversation that I realized it was not a human person. Did you talk in different languages? No, we just talked in Polish, but I was very much impressed. And it's living proof that our competencies have to evolve in a different direction. The simple activities of arranging meetings or passing information are already being done by computers. But I understand we'll talk about this in the latter part of the meeting, about the incoming jobs and new competencies needed on the market. Interestingly, the job market is not just impacted by the processes of automation, robotization, but also by the social and economic situation. There are examples in the pandemic that some jobs are starting to disappear, like flight attendants, for example. There are few flights these days. This might recover, but many people who used to work in airlines had to re-qualify and change their jobs, and it's not certain they will come back. For example, ground service people who have found new jobs in the meantime, and it's now difficult for the airlines to find people to work in this capacity. Many of you probably checked in hotels without a reception desk even before the pandemic. So now this fully automated check-in process is even more popular. And maybe it's a good thing. human competencies are extremely broad, and it's maybe better to use people for more complicated purposes. Minister, from what I've heard, we will still have a lot of demand for work, but there might be a risk that this will be demand for completely different kinds of jobs. New jobs, new activity will emerge, but if someone only worked at a call center and they have now been substituted by a bot, will they be able to find another type of work as a data analyst, for example? So how do the young people prepare for a completely new type of work after doing the same thing for 5 years, for example, and that job no longer exists? This certainly is a huge challenge, a challenge related to this digital era, which we have been part of for a few years now, really, and what has happened recently was just speeding it up significantly. We might talk about Industrial Revolution 4.0, but this has been strengthened by the pandemic. So everything has sped up. So automation and robotization are not only progressing, but they're progressing faster. How do we prepare for that? How can we think about this and approach this modern labor market? Well, I represent the Ministry of Development, Labor and Technology. So in a systemic way, we should be bringing together different ways of thinking about all these systems that will be important for the future of labor in our country. In general, this could be divided into 3 main spheres, and these are 3 spheres we are working on and trying to strengthen very much. Sphere number 1 is infrastructure, which is necessary to develop the capabilities and competencies we need. And this relates to the network, and by this I mean fiber network and 5G networks, and all sorts of investment in that respect that we're trying to support. For example, a lot of external financing coming from the EU, the National Recovery Plan and the EU funds. A lot of the money has been earmarked for digitization and the development of networks and the infrastructure in general. Now, we mustn't forget about the actual devices we used to work. We used to work, or our children used to learn in primary or secondary schools, and in how their competencies are being developed in order to prepare the next generations not to carry out these very simple types of jobs, but to do the more advanced stuff. And this translates into digital competencies on the labor market, where we can see automation, robotization on the one hand, but on the other, as we have heard before, simple work, simple tasks are eliminated, which makes it possible for humans to carry out more complex work of high quality and also to receive better remuneration.
This should also motivate and be of value on the labor market, that such employees are expected and that they carry out such work, and this will also develop our labor market and develop our capabilities and probably open up new capabilities for providing more complex services for business, and I think we should cherish that because this will also help the development of our country. We are now working on reforming the labor market in order to strengthen these competencies, to check what kind of directions of development are expected on the labor market, how these labor market institutions should be developed, those that care for employees, how to find the employees on the labor market, not only to support them in this difficult situation they have found themselves now in. And the third element is this regulatory element. What we can do from the legal point of view, we are now working on legislation on remote work, which is extremely important nowadays to also somehow work in this new global environment. We are not a solitary island, and we also have to build our competitive advantage in this regard. Also, as far as easing the procedures on employing foreigners are concerned, we have to improve in this regard. And also what we already highlighted is security. So going further into this digital world, it's also very important to digitize, to facilitate administration, and it all happened in the last year, but I think that we have to enhance that, because thanks to better legal environment and administration environment, it will be easier to do that. To draw on this idea of competences, 56% of Poles are still excluded from the digital point of view. What kind of competences would you like to improve in order for business to improve and also to improve the competences of young people? The competences in the context of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, these competences are very universal nowadays. They allow you to work in different industries, in different sectors, and they also teach you to think and to be flexible, and they give you this capability of constant learning, so you are able to learn constantly. So when we see now some professions which were there 50 years ago and they are now robotized or automated, then it might turn out that the work that we are carrying out now might change in the future. So I'm not only talking about entering new industries, but to adapt to new environment. And this will be possible if we develop these competencies, if we create incentives to do that. And I can say that also from my own perspective. I am now doing my MBA program, and I am trying to constantly develop, and I think that this adaptation capability might be very important. And I also think about these practical competences that can be used in your day-to-day work. And to sum up, in order for an economic transformation to be possible in our society, I think we have to change our mindset about education. I think our education doesn't really match the changes nowadays, and I think that we have to reform our education system, both the primary school and these additional education levels, but also all the changes that have happened at universities or research, commercialization, so that academia can work well with business if it really translates into some specific research and economic projects. So this is a huge challenge, and I think that we have to do a lot in this regard. I'm very happy that you see this need for changes, and Poland is in place 102 in this Economic Forum's report, and only a little bit higher as far as this adaptive learning is concerned. The representative of ADECO, if you could tell us what kind of competences you are looking for. I think there are a lot of such competences. Will talk about this. I won't talk about this blue and white collar workers, but I would like to refer to what the Undersecretary said. We talked about these hard skills, technology skills, and we also see this need among our clients who look for people who know the technology, who know the analytics, and these are the competences that are developing strongly nowadays. But also in this white-collar industry, what our clients are looking for, apart from hard skills, are also soft skills. And to draw on this reform of educational system, I think we should start it from the level of the kindergarten, about listening, empathy, responsibility. These are extremely important competencies that the candidates that we propose are lacking, and we need such candidates in the times of strong automation and robotization. We have to think what are the biggest strengths of human beings. I think we cannot really compete with technology, and these skills are the ones we should develop. We also see this trend after the pandemic, that people managers are looking for empathetic leaders, people who are able to collaborate in a group, and civic society should become our competitive advantage in the future. And I think that we are now at the beginning, at the start of this way. So if there's a lot to do as far as education is concerned, then we have two choices. We should recruit such competencies, or we should develop such competencies. The representative of Accenture, do you organize any trainings, workshops, sessions to develop such competencies? Well, we recruit 1,500 people every year, and for many of them this is the first important job after graduation, and I think that this is a great way of starting your career. And I think that the most important thing they can use is being very autonomous and to work even better day by day. And our system is also based on leadership. And I'm not only talking about being a leader towards your younger colleagues, but also to be a leader of change, to perpetuate change at our clients, and to be a leader of change at our clients, and to go through this change till the end, because there are a lot of people who use big words, and when confronted with this effort, the challenge is too big. So I think that these true leaders should really perpetuate change. And the Polish economy that is facing constant change also requires more of such people than it was in the past. And I think that we are lacking such people, and this is the most important thing. What do you teach young people at AstraZeneca?
Staramy się w nich wykształcać.
Well, I think that we are trying to build or to improve this entrepreneurial spirit. I think that we are trying to foster soft skills or to take on the risks and to be more proactive. So these are all these elements that allow people to be more responsible for the work, because there are new challenges coming up that have to be confronted. And the Polish education system is focusing on the achievements of the individual and not the group. And I have been both working in Poland and in this Anglo-Saxon system, and I think that we should focus more on objectives. And in Poland, we really focus on individual achievements. And now these are more diverse teams that are based on diverse skills that can achieve breakthrough. The representative of Citigroup, did you have such a situation that a foreign organization wanted to place a new department in your country and you didn't want to do that? Well, we are lucky not to have to do it. I think that there are other organizations that have to do such things. And I also wanted to relate to what the Secretary has said. We are in a very difficult situation as far as the development of our country is concerned. We in this room, we have obtained good education, which was important for foreign investors. For several years, we were able to work in an international organization where we could learn creativity, flexibility, communication from the others, and to draw from very different educational systems. Thanks to our hard work, the grounds that we had, and some luck, we are in this shared services system in Poland where we have over 300,000 people working. So the competition is greater. We are going forward. Automation is developing very quickly. And do we still have time for well-educated people, and there are less and less of them? Do we have these several years to teach these people the same skills that we were able to learn during our career? I think that this is the best time for all education levels to work with business if we want to have more foreign direct investment. Within Citigroup, we have a lot of mentoring programs. We support women, we support the development of women, we cooperate with the Perspektywy Foundation. We work with the most important universities in Poland. We have our own proprietary programs. We have over 100 students who take part in our vacation programs. We have 5,300 employees, and probably we will have over 6,000 employees next year, because we also employ around 1,000 people yearly. And so far, we didn't have any problems. But if we don't focus on STEM, on programming, data analysis, presenting data, involving new people, flexibility, communication skills, openness to other cultures, diversity, then we will face huge challenges and we will compete with others because there are more and more people who are better educated, who should earn more money. But now we encounter people who graduate from university and whose expectations are far higher than they should be. And we have to compete with other countries because our people are good, but we don't have the right system. What should we do and how should we cooperate with the educational system in order for within 2 or 3 years to close this gap and to try in the meantime to benefit from these resources from the other countries. Can we cooperate with other countries, other universities for this migration of processes to Poland, to continue this in an uninterrupted way before this potential draws to an end and that we have to compete, that the labor costs go up. So I think that if somebody says that, this information will become public knowledge. And I think that we have a lot to do to plan and to continue and to benefit from FDI.
So we're talking about business, the academia, government representatives, local authorities. Well, it's mostly about the cooperation of cities, because we've been talking about schools or even preschool, some soft skills, but also mathematical, IT and linguistic skills, starting from preschool and primary school. Then you can teach programming in secondary schools. You don't need to wait for universities. And then at university, you will teach advanced programming and also soft skills, so that the people who will very soon become managers can compete thanks to the communication skills, presentation skills, the skills of engagement and so forth. People in other countries have that because they have more advanced educational systems. Thank you. What does AstraZeneca do?
Myślę, że koncentrując się na tym wątku akademii, na pewno poszukujemy przede wszystkim partner strategicznych.
To get that done,
strategiczne z Uniwersytetem Warszawskim.
we have, for example, strategic cooperation with Warsaw University, where we're looking for individual projects we can work on, and we very strongly believe that these skills are best developed on very concrete projects rather than in teaching theory. We have what's known as AZ Exchange, which is a mentoring program where we have leaders, business people, and other people meet who are thinking about how to solve certain challenges jointly. We also use what we call implementation PhDs, which is a process where you develop the scientific potential on the one hand, but on the other, you ensure that it leads to tangible solutions. Thank you. I know that Accenture has joined our Global Business Services Studies initiative at the University of Economics with with 25 companies developing this interdisciplinary course that's starting in October next year. So if there are any A-level takers watching this conference, you are all welcome. Now, so what else can you add from the point of view of an HR company? We cooperate with pretty much all leading universities in Poland and many cities. I think that's indispensable if we want to get the best of the best. But we're also getting involved at a much earlier stage. not just to recruit the graduates, but we also try to develop the awareness of the things that are important on the labor market. What I have seen is that people are afraid of technology, starting in primary school already. People are afraid of even thinking about programming. Now, technology these days doesn't have to mean developing programming code. There's a lot of technology everywhere, but it doesn't have to mean you have to be able to code in order to do technology. More and more, we just click on different processes, so you needn't be afraid of that. I mean, we will still need these deep programming skills, technology skills, for example, when we're migrating to the cloud and legacy systems. 70% of transactions globally are still done in systems that were written in the COBOL language back in the 70s. The language goes back to the 70s. But we have to eliminate this fear of mathematics. I'm not sure where it comes from. My daughter had that when she was in primary school, and my younger daughter is going to have it very soon. It's irrational, but people are afraid, children are afraid of maths. And I agree with what has been said so far. There's no saying that girls are not as good at mathematics as boys. That's stupid to say that. And I would propose, let me rephrase, we should be using the inherent willingness that people have to change things around them. Especially young people have that. And that's something they come into adulthood with, but it's sometimes stifled. I don't want to point fingers at who stifles it in them. But, we should foster it, not stifle. We should show the young people that they can shape their future and they can shape the world around them. And that's the sort of thing we do a lot of. We have webinars, training courses, workshops, summer schools, and things of that sort. And all of that is designed to teach certain competencies on the one hand, but on the other, to also develop the mindset of me being able to change things. And this is something that people are looking for, and it's interesting for them and for their own development. What about Adecco? How do you change the situation around you? Well, we do cooperate with universities, that's for sure, but given the very broad range of our services and the sectors in which we look for talent, we also cooperate with vocational schools. We look for employees there, and we're trying to explain what competencies and what requirements there are on the labor market for different jobs. Now, there is some resistance, I'm afraid. Some of the teaching faculty are not willing to change. This might be because they don't have the access or don't want to have the access to the knowledge about what changes in machines, devices. And that would be something that the government should support them in, to support this technological vocational schools in the post-primary level and help them change and modernize. We are also partners with the SWPS University, where we developed the revised qualification system that describes the professional competencies and the preconditions for being certified in a given profession. There's not so much professions, it's more about blue-collar work, but it's also about white-collar to some extent. So we can see what competences and what jobs are developing these days and what certificates employers want their employees to have. This is an initiative that's being developed in the West. It's only starting here in Poland, but it will certainly be effective. And I'd like to come up with an appeal to business people. Please bear in mind that knowledge transfer centers are appearing and exist in universities. These are sort of research entities, and it's a good idea to pay more attention to them. They have the energy and the competency that should be used on the market. They shouldn't work just for themselves. There's a lot of research that's only done in order for an MA thesis or a PhD thesis to be written. But this is valuable work, and it should be used on the market. And that's how you get synergy between the university and the company, where you develop a scientific project, then you commercialize it. You commercialize what has been developed through research and analysis. So this is something we have to do, but the universities also have to be open-minded and willing to listen to what business has to recommend. Going back to your ministry, several years ago there was a study carried out, a school for an innovator, and about 12,000 school teachers were asked about the condition of the schools in Poland, and they admitted they mostly have to focus on the result rather than the process. We're interested in understanding that 2 + 2 is 4, rather than teaching the process of arriving at that. And creativity apparently is being stifled by Polish schools. So is there anything being done? Because you have heard this call from action from the other panelists, and it's very clear it is needed for different people to act together. You know, Krakow or Warsaw shouldn't become Detroit, they should become the Silicon Valley. So what can we do on the business side to be able to develop these projects that you mentioned jointly with you? We want to be co-responsible for developing the right environment and the right competencies to prepare the young people for the challenges of the future. So to sum up, how can we help you address these challenges? Right, let me try to answer the following way. It seems from my observations that many people who graduate come to work and they say to the employer, well, here I am. And the employer is basically faced with the situation. They get an employee with a certain amount of knowledge, and that's what the situation is like. What I'm driving at is that we waste a lot of time trying to adapt to one another. Now, in many European countries, there's a better developed system of cooperation between business and education, not only on the level of the academia, but also secondary schools, for example. As Ms. Iwona mentioned, there are these mentoring programs or traineeship, and that's on the level of secondary school or a vocational school. They don't wait for university. And that shows the future employees what competencies are needed on the labor market, what it is like to work at a particular company. And on the other hand, the employer gets a chance to capture the talent that we undoubtedly have in this country, but we now have to strive and do our utmost to foster this talent and also to try to keep these people in Poland. I'm not talking about forcing them to stay. Naturally, there are people who want to travel and work abroad, and they are also valuable for the Polish labor market if they return in the future. But my point is, we shouldn't waste this talent. Now, a very valuable comment that we've heard about teaching maths. Yes, that's a huge challenge ahead of us to change our educational system. For example, why do we learn mathematics? People think a computer can do everything for us, it can do the maths. So we are not learning maths to know that 2 + 2 is 4. We're learning mathematics to learn how to solve problems. I've been learning maths and history throughout my life, and history is also very often hated by students. Why do we learn history? Well, it's not to remember all the dates. You cannot possibly remember all the dates. It's to show the process or the processes that impact our lives and the fact that sometimes these processes reoccur throughout history. So the consequences of the processes should be how we develop our competencies. And it would be great if Polish teachers and Polish educational system could support this approach to learning. To show the young people the value that's carried by knowledge and how much it can help him or her in their professional life and in their everyday life. How easy it becomes to solve a problem if you have this open-minded, wide outlook on the situation. Now, we mustn't forget the people who are already on the labor market. Our society is getting older, and this aging process means that we need to make it possible for the people already in the labor market to develop continuously. So we should develop incentives for those people, either to develop their competencies or perhaps to change their line of work. Without wanting to stigmatize anyone, I would say this should go and include even people 45 plus. That's still, people don't always retire when they reach the age of 65. Thank you, Minister. Now, I would invite the government to get in touch with us. We could have a repository or like a register of the different projects we have. We are implementing a lot of different solutions that are scalable. Hitachi, my company, for example, cooperates with a technical vocational school in Wieliczka, a small town near Krakow, and we teach them, how to develop a project, how to write a CV, and that sort of thing. And it's a project that's already in place and it's working, and it's ready to be copied and used at other schools. So now I'm boasting a little bit about this project right now, and it's not about boasting, it's about taking a good project and copying it, duplicating it elsewhere. Yes, exactly, and that's something I meant. We should be doing it in a systemic way rather than just having individual companies doing it here or there. And the legal solutions have to follow. Some of this is regulated by the law, and we should enable students in all secondary schools, both vocational and comprehensives, to have this opportunity to work with a partner like your company, for example. I'm sure that companies will be more than willing to participate, so we would be very happy to be in touch with you about it. This is it for this session. Thank you very much for sharing your examples of projects and practical knowledge and experiences and the things we should be doing if we want to reach these goals. Hopefully, Krakow will be, like we said, a Silicon Valley rather than a Detroit. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomasz, and all panelists for guiding us through the topic of rethinking global strategies.
Dziękuję bardzo panelistom za opowiedzenie nam o rozwoju globalnym i o dostępności talentów. Słyszeliśmy o wielu wyzwaniach i o wielu szansach, jeżeli chodzi o dalszy wzrost. Warto o tym pamiętać.
Not just between academia and business, but between all educational institutions. Now, moving on to the second panel, we have all been used to the situation where the location element was key to the decision within the company where to start the new project. But the last 18 months have changed the perception of the location of the office and in general of the site selection process. So does location still matter? This is the topic that we want to develop in the second panel that will be moderated by Jan Kamoji-Czapiński from Colliers. And his panelists will include people that deal with site selection and the decisions within the companies where to settle the new projects. It will be Katarzyna Zawodna-Bijoch, President of Skanska Commercial Development Europe. It will be Jerzy Muzyk, Deputy Mayor in the city of Kraków. It will be Bogumił Sobula, Deputy Mayor in the city of Katowice. It will be Grzegorz Słomkowski, Board Member of Polish Information and Trade Agency. And as mentioned, moderated by Jan Kamoji-Czapiński, Associate Director at EMEA Location Strategy.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to the panelists. Thank you for having introduced all of our guests, which made my work easier, and I won't have to do it again. A short introduction into our panel to give a little bit of momentum to our discussion. All of us are going to remember 2020 as the year of the lockdowns, and it was a little bit more. It accelerated some of the global changes, and within a few days the enterprises were forced to freeze their activity. And we all remember this weekend when in the afternoon on Friday the Prime Minister announced the lockdown, and on Monday we were all doing remote work. Many companies were surprised, and I think that for the sector of modern services it was far easier than for all the other industries, because we have to remember that the sector of modern services already does a lot of work on a remote basis, and a lot of such services are moved to other locations. In Poland, we have over 300,000 people employed in this sector, and they have been doing this work remotely for a longer time. Over 60% of companies from the sector are younger than 10 years, and over 70% of companies from the sector are younger than 35 years. I think that this change to remote work was far easier for them, but it also proved to be quite a challenge. As far as smaller locations, smaller regions are concerned, I think that they had problems to attract this FDI. In 2018-2019, we discussed opening new locations in Poland in some smaller towns due to this fight for talents. And the ABSL annual report from this year shows that less and less investments have been carried out in this third and fourth tier locations, and the majority of investments were being done in bigger cities, bigger centers. So the question is, in face of remote work, because we have the Deputy Mayor Muzyk with us here, can some bigger towns attract talents from Radom, Lublin, or other smaller towns to their companies, or are we going to go back to the previous trends? So this is mainly the question for this panel and for this debate. And the first question goes to the Deputy Mayor Muzyk. Krakow for the past few years have had this label that it's a little bit outdated. They cannot really attract so many employees. The new investors that come to Poland would say that they only know Krakow, and now they have far more opportunities, far more locations. And when they come to Poland, they say, yeah, we know Krakow, it's a very well developed and great location, but we think that the labor market doesn't have much to offer. So what does Krakow do in order to respond to this challenge? How do you attract new investment? How do you address this problem with the lack of employees? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Krakow has been building its brand based on the cooperation with the Krakow Research Center. And this is probably the answer to all these doubts, if we don't, the doubts about the lack of employees. When we look at the statistical data from previous year, the increase of unemployment went up by 50%, but it was from 2% to 3%. So the statistical data show that we might have problems in finding employees with specific competences, which would be valuable for business service centers. But the fact that we are an academic city with a lot of different industries, not only modern services industry, and of course I have to be optimistic, but I'm naturally optimistic, and we do not fear such a situation. We also looked at the consequences of lockdown in Krakow, and if 70 or 80,000 people who are still employed in this sector and who point to the fact that Krakow is still giving a lot to the labor market, which requires a lot of highly skilled employees. So a lot of different people are being taught and educated at our universities. So this is a huge potential. I have to remind you that there are over 50,000 people studying at technical universities in Krakow. So we have already mentioned the education as a very important element in this, but I think that the potential of an academic city is a guarantee to really put this label on Kraków as a labor market that doesn't have much to offer now. So cooperation with the academia is extremely important. And recently we also had the chance, as our self-government, to open another faculty at the Economic University in Kraków that specializes in teaching graduates for this sector, providing services for modern business. So this is a 3-year BA program that is going to teach people for that. I think there is no snowball effect now, and we are still fighting to maintain our position. And our city, as well as the quality of life and the access to a very broad offer, is also very important, and the access of people from outside onto our labor market is very important. People from the outside are not only from Poland, okay, but in the face of the pandemic, when you talk to the investors, do you tell them that the unemployment rate in Krakow is now at 3%? Do you tell them that they won't be able to find employees for this lower level because the wages, the salaries really went up in Krakow in recent years? But do you tell them that they should establish a center in Kraków and have 50% of employees from Kraków and find another 50% employees that will commute from Tarnów? Yes, we are trying to do that, but to go back to the beginning of my statement, we also have our own potential, and we don't want to compete with other cities, and we wouldn't like to poach these employees from them. I think that we are trying to show that this city is a great partner for you to have a well-balanced working life and private life. And it might sound a little bit trivial, but Kraków is now being chosen by highly skilled employees from such countries like Ukraine. And we are attracting a lot of IT people from, for example, Belarus, people who are highly skilled, who know how to perform certain activities. And what is also important in the context of your question, we have to remember that Kraków today, as far as providing services to modern business, is a sector that is functioning based not on simple activities, on simple tasks, as was the case at the beginning of the 1990s, but based on more and more complex processes. And a number of these companies decided to establish their R&D centers in Kraków. So this is also a very stabilizing factor for us. Thank you very much. What about Skanska? This is a question to Ms. Zawodna-Bijor, the President and CEO of Skanska. You only have your office projects only in these top-tier cities. Are you just cautious, or were you afraid that these smaller markets won't develop quickly before the pandemic, or you just saw it in a in a crystal ball and decided to do it like that. So what was your decision based on? Are you not going to develop your office projects in smaller locations now? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Well, when making decision about entering new market, we take a few different parameters: the stability of the market, the predictability of the market, how it deals with the pandemic, the depth of the existing market, because the end customer of our products is not only the lessee that is renting the office space, but also the investor that is investing in office space, and then they would like to leave such an investment. So the majority of our office spaces now are also the most important criterion as far as entering new markets is concerned. We are not only counting on the existing investors, but also new investors that are going to enter new markets, that are going to look for better quality office space. So this is one of the criteria that we take into consideration. So you are not planning the development in smaller locations, yeah? For now, I think, well, we are present in Warsaw and in 6 other smaller cities. And Poland is a very interesting market because it's very polycentric. There are a lot of bigger centers, and for us, we are planning to stay on these markets for longer, and we are not planning to expand into other markets. So in this middle term perspective, we are not going to expand our portfolio. When we are talking about the office space, a question to Mr. Sobuła, because Katowice are developing very quickly. It offers more office space by area than, for example, Łódź. The planned office surface area is going to double and is going to be around 1 million square meters in the next years. So in the face of remote work, and due to the fact that nearly 100% of companies switched to remote work during the pandemic, and many companies don't want to expand their surface area, their office surface area, do you have any investors that are going to rent this office space? What is the strategy of the city to fill these offices? Good afternoon. It's a very good question, and I really count on the investors being reasonable and that they make common sense decisions that are based on in-depth analysis. And for now, we have 200,000 square meters of high-quality office area that is in construction, and we already have 600,000 meters that are being rented. It is of relatively high quality. This market is quite young, and we are developing very quickly. Are we afraid of remote work? Are we afraid that there is going to be trouble with filling all these offices? I would have to draw on the opening and on the first panel on education. The fact that we live in the world of changes is quite trivial. That we have the employee market is also quite trivial. But if we add the pandemic to that, it might allow us to pose 3 very important questions. Are these changes that we can observe going to convince us, and this is a question to everyone, that as far as labor organization or business services and business activity in the world, are there going to be changes which make the future bright for creating shared services centers? What we have said so far and what we have seen so far means that creating such services that support business has a future, still has a future. Okay. So now, have there been any changes during the pandemic, or are there going to be any changes after the pandemic that will change the global geography of such services? Are there going to be any tendencies or preferences that are going to be different from the situation so far? I think there might be some changes. I think that raising the level of security of the provided services at different levels of organization, that the Central Europe, Poland might benefit from these changes. And the third aspect, the third question from the area of sociology of work or social studies, social labor studies, is the pandemic going to impact the way we are carrying out our work in such business centers? Has it already been impacted? Are we facing some decrease of effectiveness, or is this effectiveness going to go up? If it is going up, then what is the cost? And do the newly employed employees who had no direct contact with their teams and with their colleagues, can such situation be acceptable, or should we somehow react to that? Mr. Wojciech Popławski said that we are creating this business reality, and I think that the answers to these questions will also allow us to shape somehow these behaviors. Sorry for this very long introduction.
It seems to me that the way work is done at those centers will be modified for good, but they will remain necessary. They will still be needed because direct contact cannot be substituted with anything else, and it's a milestone in the development of certain processes, and how you develop teams, how you build teams, how you strengthen the ties between the employees. And we are Krakow's neighbor. Looking from a European perspective, the distance between our two cities, Katowice and Krakow, is negligible. But the characteristic features of the two cities are quite different. Katowice has about 28,000 people employed in modern business service sector, and I think we are still an attractive reservoir of talent. If we look at a commute time of 50 to 60 minutes by train or car, there are 2.5 million residents, tens of thousands of university students, some 25,000 graduates every year in Katowice and its neighborhood. So the coming years, I believe, will see a significant growth of the sector in Katowice. Now, this will certainly be modified by what I've called the post-COVID work sociology, which is basically long-lasting changes in how processes are organized. Now, I wouldn't like to pit you against one another between Krakow and Katowice. In Krakow, the labor market is overheated a little bit. It's not the case in Katowice. So what would you say, Mr. Soboła, to an investor? How would you convince an investor that they should go with Katowice, not Krakow? If the distance is negligible, then Krakow is probably more attractive from a tourist point of view, and maybe that's why it was first to attract a lot of foreign investors. So if Mr. Muzyk says, invest in Krakow, but people will be commuting from Katowice once a week, but your management staff or your managers, when they come from the United States or the UK or from Far Asia, they'll be able to have a beer in Krakow's main square, and that's nicer. So how would you convince the investor to invest in Katowice, not in Krakow? If they want to invest in Krakow, I will tell them that's a great choice. Krakow is a great city, wonderful people, great history, and this genius loci, the spirit of the place is amazing. And certainly for the country and for the region of southern Poland, that's a great decision. But apart from this preliminary courtesy, I think the hard arguments will be there for them to go for Katowice. Now, to talk about the labor market, quality of life is something that's becoming increasingly important for employees in addition to the work itself. And Katowice and the whole region of Katowice has much more to offer than people believe. For example, in Katowice, over 50% of the space are green areas. Katowice has the best public transport system. The average speed of commuting, of traveling in Katowice is the highest of all cities. We're close to the mountains, we're close to nature. There are more and more cultural and artistic events happening every year. And we are making sure that what is offered to young people and young families outside of work is more and more attractive. And it seems to me that foreign investors are more and more aware of the peculiarities of the different local markets in Poland. They can tell one from the other, and they no longer act on a sort of stereotypical basis. They look for what they need in terms of the actual location they find. So I'm convinced that there are projects and investment projects that Krakow will be better for, but there are investments where Katowice is the better choice. So I'm sure that there's enough space for both of us on the market. Now, during the previous panel, you talked about education. We have all heard about osmosis. We learned about it in primary school. Osmosis of when different substances connect and mix, so to say. So I think that this will happen in cities like ours. If there is a saturation in a given city with business, then it will spill over to the neighboring directions. When we talk about Krakow, that will also happen eastwards. So if we are able to prepare candidates well for work, if we have stable municipal policies and a good system of cooperation with investors, And if the global environment makes it possible for the process to carry on, then, given how determined we are, we will certainly be able to reach 650,000 employees nationwide in modern business services over the next 10 years. I can see something coming up from business. That's right. One important aspect we mustn't forget about is that people want to work in offices. People want to come back to offices. Now, business was very good at moving to this crisis management mode and remote work, but that was forced externally upon us. And I remember everybody was saying back in September, it's the end of the era of offices, everybody will work from home. But when we do our studies among employees now, the vast majority of them want to come back to offices. They need the interaction with other employees, they need these ties, they need high quality space where they can work focused without being distracted. And the employers need this space to develop corporate culture, attachment, engagement, to stimulate creativity and innovation, and so on and so forth. Now, one of the factors that employees mention when talking about the advantages of working from home is commuting. So the most favored model is to be able to work at the office 3 or 4 days a week and the remaining days to work from home. But the biggest barrier is the time they waste commuting. So the availability of a high-quality office space in Katowice and in Krakow is also a factor of competitive edge of these two cities. If in Katowice an employee might receive a slightly smaller salary, but they don't need to commute for as long as in another city, they will certainly appreciate it that they can live much closer, and basically this attachment to the company will be developed more. So this would bring us to the conclusion that location still matters, which would be good news for me. I advise companies where to locate their offices, so I'm very happy to hear it. Now, PAIH, Polish Investment and Trade Agency, is a bit of an arbiter. When cities compete for something, PAIH will often hint to an investor where they should go, where they should invest. So what does PAIH do to support the development of the cities that are not necessarily the first choice for foreign investors? Krakow certainly is, but how can PAIH support the smaller cities? This is a difficult question. As we said before, macro trends sadly go towards large cities. Now, it's all about business risk. The pool of talent available to an investor is the key thing. People will not commute more than several dozen kilometers, so that's an issue. This hybrid model will clearly stay with us. The labor code is being amended to accommodate that, for example. But like Katarzyna mentioned, this will probably be a regime where you work at the office for, say, 3 days and then working from home for 2 days. And this is also not for every kind of job. If it's a manufacturing, production type of work, you've got to be there. You can't do it remotely. Now, we will certainly be trying to come up with with a framework to make working in this way possible, and to help the employees make this decision. But at the end of the day, it's always, a decision that the investor has to make, not us.
Teraz wracając do prezydenta Muzyka.
Now to come back to
Kręcimy się oczywiście trochę
Mr. Muzyk,
wokół tej powierzchni biurowej.
the deputy mayor of Krakow.
Ważnego,
We've been talking
ważnego
about
czynnika.
office space availability, which is an important factor. During the previous panel, we talked about the availability of talent, and that's another important factor. But let's now talk about office space a bit longer. When we talk about modern business services, the office space they require means tax revenue for the city where those office buildings are built. So it would seem that cities should be happy if employees wanted to work at the office rather than from home. So what is the city doing to make the surroundings of those offices more attractive to entice the employees to come back? Well, the cities have to create the right standard of the environment or the surroundings in those places. These days we are emphasizing the environment very much. Biologically active surfaces, as they're called, are very popular. So an office building should not just be a monofunctional building. What I mean is that individual districts and sections of the cities should not be enclaves that die out after 5 p.m. They should be places that are teeming with life all day long. Our 2030 city development strategy in Krakow includes an ambitious project that is now being planned for that will entail revitalizing 600 hectares of southeastern Krakow that so far was associated with waste management and being a more industrial part of the city, or warehousing part. But we are developing a new city there. And we're increasing the potentially available premium office space by over 100% on what Krakow has at the moment. And let me remind you that we have about 1.5 million square meters of office space. And to follow up on what my colleague from Katowice said, these investment processes have not been slowed down in terms of development of new office space. Right now, the municipal office is examining several dozen applications for these projects. Now, not all of them will be built immediately, but if you look at this new city, as we call it, this new area, it is the city that is supposed to be a very active player in terms of all sorts of infrastructure, including the green spaces and other infrastructure like schools or preschool facilities. And as Ms. Zawodna-Bijoch said, there are all different types of arguments that make employees choose one place over another. It's about whether not just our professional work, but also where we consume the reward in the form of the salary that we get. I would say that everybody is aware these days that creating these mono-thematic areas is no longer valid. Right, so let's say we have employees who work at the office for 3 days a week and 2 days from home, which means that there will be about 30% fewer employees at the office. Does that mean that we need 30% less office space, or will it be a different type of space? It will be a different type of space. We need to develop office space that encourages, or I should say entices, the employee to come to the office. It has to be modern, it has to be sustainable and safe And by this also mean preserving social distancing measures if necessary. Also allowing the employees to work, to focus, to concentrate. That's why people want to come back to the offices, among other things. They want to experience the usage of office space where it makes it possible for them to focus, to concentrate, but also to have places where they can group as a team and get together on a more social basis. So office space will be much more flexible in terms of catering for the different needs of the people who work there. So the size of the offices will not change, but the way they look and the functions will. And we will definitely be going towards higher quality. We are focusing on the well-being of the employee, on providing comfort and safety at work. And we also need to take into account the fact that we need the technology that will, for example, allow us to use this space in a contactless or touchless way. We need to have high-quality air in the office. We need to have the technology that makes it possible to work in a hybrid way with some of our colleagues who might be working from home at that particular moment. So the expectations are that an office will have to offer much more than so far. Or, for example, the concierge function that makes it possible for us, or easier for us, to combine professional and private lives. People want to be in the office to have this separation between personal and professional life. We are so sick and tired of there being no dividing line between private life and professional life. People are saying that they want to be able to leave the office and shut the door on this day's work. And, we are a social species. We want other people, we need other people to inspire us creatively, to be able to look for innovation, especially. So if a company is planning to base their long-term development on creativity and innovation, an office is indispensable.
As I have already mentioned, I am very satisfied with the outcome of this debate because it shows us that we have a professional future in front of us. I think that the location is still a very important factor. We are still going to work remotely, but the character, the nature of this remote work is going to change. We are probably going to attract employees from surrounding locations, from surrounding places. Maybe Kraków is going to expand their pool of employees through other locations. Maybe they will attract some people from Katowice and will maintain this growing trend. PI says that business and companies are going to decide where they are going to locate their services, their service centers. So I think everything is going to stay the same, but only change a little bit. I am very happy that this is going to look like that. Thank you very much for the debate. Thank you for your presence here and for listening to us remotely. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interesting discussion. in the light of the new forms of working, does localization and does office still matter? It's a positive thinking, as most of the participants stated. People working in the business services sector are people that are making or creating the added value out of the contacts. So the office will stay with us, the office will have a new role, and hopefully that new role will also be supporting the well-being of the employees. Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that the participation in the first part of this year's ABSL FDI forum has been a unique opportunity to discover the value of the sector based on the new ABSL report. It has been a difficult year. 2019 was completely different from 2020, and we see that 2021 is completely different from the previous years. So I do hope that you got the insights from the report, you got the insights from the panels and discussions. We all see that the most recent ABSL report shows the unique strength and the resilience of the sector, and that the new trends that are to stay with us, such as work from anywhere or remote recruitment, are only to make us even stronger. I do hope that you will join also the second part of the afternoon session that will be organized at the Warsaw Marriott Hotel, and that will be also available at the ABSL www.absl.com webpage. We all will meet at 4 p.m. So let me once again to thank all our partners that made this event possible. The gold partners are Accenture, AICPA and CIMA, ING, Shell and Skanska. The partners of the event are Citi, HSBC, PHN and UBS. The city partners are the City of Katowice and the City of Kraków. And the networking partner is Invest in Pomerania. The safety of the participants was provided by Mazovia, and the event was powered by Brill AV Media. Let me invite you once again to the meeting at 4 p.m. this afternoon. My name is Paweł Panczi, and I have the pleasure of hosting today's forum. Thank you for being with us, and let's us all meet at 4 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the government representatives who just have arrived at the venue, so we will start in 3 minutes. Sorry for the delay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you to the ABSL FDI Forum. My name is Paweł Panczi. I'm the board member of ABSL, and I will be the host of today's conference. We are meeting today at the Warsaw Marriott Hotel to discuss the current conditions of Polish economy and to see if and how foreign direct investment can support the Polish government in its plans to strengthen the economy after the crisis caused by COVID-19 pandemic. One important announcement in connection with today's agenda is that due to the meeting of the Parliament and the discussion on items critical also to us here at this meeting, the Prime Minister had to be at the Polish Sejm and delegated on his behalf Mr. Tadeusz Kościński, Minister of Finance. I know this may be disappointing for some of you that wanted to discuss it directly with the Prime Minister, but we were assured that Minister Kościński is well prepared to talk to us about the topics that we were going to discuss with the Prime Minister. So now, to open the forum officially, I would like to ask to the stage Jacek Levernes, one of the founding fathers of ABSL and the honorary president of our organization. Jacek.
Thank you, Paweł. Ladies, gentlemen, Minister, dear members, investors, and partners. We're very pleased to have you here today to be able to talk about foreign direct investment, one of the key topics, of course, since the last 10 years from the Association of Business Service Leaders. Today, 2021, we're actually in front of great opportunities, but also great risks. In terms of great opportunities, I think we have already seen the start of hopefully what will be the next wave of investments. Something similar to what happened after the financial crisis in 2008, and actually where our industry doubled in between 2009 and 2012. We've seen already 10, 12 investments this spring, and we feel that over the next year or two, there will be hopefully many more to come. The second point on the great opportunity side is that we're seeing more and more Polish talent, experts, managers, making it into the global ranks of top managers and top experts across corporations. This is really something to be proud of, because I think us as an industry are probably one of the larger producers and exporters of that talent. And hopefully, again, this is something that will continue to grow. Now, in terms of the great risks, it's similar here. I think if we continue, the talents are also a great risk. Why is that? Because of these new investments, because there is more and more need for not only well-educated, but well-trained experts, specialists, managers that are able to actually make their more complex jobs and do them in really not only good fashion, but actually with really great results. This is not so easy, and it's something that is also a great risk. And we really need to work on this as an industry and as investors to make sure that we continue that growth and it doesn't actually create something that will not be fulfilled. And the second great risk, and we're fortunate here, okay, Prime Minister Morawiecki unfortunately couldn't make it, but Minister of Finance Kościński is here, is of course the regulatory and tax environment in Poland and in the country. It is a great risk because we as an industry obviously are affected by the different tax and regulation regimes that are here. Over the years, things have worked out pretty good. But we are a little bit concerned with, actually maybe more than a little bit concerned, with some of the more newer things that have been coming. For now, of course, these are not legislations, but we are a little bit concerned that, for example, the new tax that has been aired around Polski Ład, or the New Deal, is something that actually will not help this industry, but will become a bigger issue because it potentially could stop actually the growth of the more advanced part of the sector, the one that's based on the knowledge-based services, because basically this is basically where what is the future of this industry, I think, in Poland, and this is where we see a lot of growth of these new investments, which are more complex type of services. And just having said that, I think it would be a great time to discuss a little bit on how we can deal with this, so that still in line with the plan of Morawiecki that was announced in 2015-16, where the Polish economy should be growing based on knowledge-based services, and that means propagating and growing more specialists and experts that obviously can have a great career in Poland, that doesn't get disturbed. So having said that, again, thank you very much for coming today, and let's remember, great opportunities, but also let's manage the great risks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacek, for setting up the stage for the further discussion. Please remember, the talent and the regulations will be the two key issues that we will be discussing today. Now, before we move to the first item on the agenda, let me provide a few logistics information. The event is taking place at the Marriott Hotel in Warsaw, as well as it is available to watch at the ABSL website, www.absl.pl. If any of you has to leave, you can still follow us there and be a part of this event. Please remember that there will be a networking cocktail at the end of this session for all participants, so please join us to discuss the same topics and the same issues in less formal atmosphere. I also would like to thank our partners and sponsors, who this time are the gold partners: Accenture, AICPA and CIMA, ING, Shell and Skanska. The partners: Citi, HSBC, PHN and UBS. The city partners: the City of Katowice and the City of Kraków. The networking partner is Invest in Pomerania. As you could all see, the safety is provided by Stacja Pogotowia Mazowia, and the event is powered by Brill AV Media. So now back to the agenda of today's forum, which is built in two parts. The first one will provide a general overview where the global economy is today and how the government is planning to support the investors that are after the hard stop caused by the pandemic, and that seem to search intensively for new locations with the growth. This is what Jacek mentioned. We already see the next wave. After the coffee break, we will be back to discuss the FDI opportunities in more details. First panel will concentrate on the competitive advantage that CEE and Poland have shown in the past months, advantages that can support further growth. However, we would like not just to talk about the obvious aspects, but rather on what else we can improve to grow even faster. The second panel will discuss regulatory and tax environment that has been recently strong shaken by the New Deal for Poland. And I'm sure that this panel will be the important moment to discuss with the government representatives and business representatives some disturbing ideas that we have heard about and would like to understand better. So without further ado, I would like to invite you all to the macroeconomic analysis provided by Janet Henry, Global Chief Economist at HSBC.
Hello, I'm Janet Henry, HSBC's Global Chief Economist. And in my global economic outlook, I want to start with a slide of our global GDP forecasts. And for those of you that attended this presentation back in September at this same event, it is actually slightly higher in terms of our forecast for 2021 in terms of global growth than we were forecasting at that time, the biggest upward revisions being to the US and China. But the other things that some of you may remember what I said at that presentation was that the growth outlook would be uneven and it would not be linear given the likely various waves of COVID-19 that would come through and affect different economies at different times. And certainly what we have seen over the course of the last 6 or 9 months has indicated that that has been the case. So rather than focusing on these point forecasts for GDP, which in many ways tell you more about the scale of the... Hello, I'm Janet Henry, HSBC's Global Chief Economist. And in my global economic outlook, I want to start with a slide of our global GDP forecasts. And for those of you that attended this presentation back in September at this same event, it is actually slightly higher in terms of our forecast for 2021 in terms of global growth than we were forecasting at that time, the biggest upward revisions being to the US and China. But the other things that some of you may remember what I said at that presentation was that the growth outlook would be uneven and it would not be linear given the likely various waves of COVID-19 that would come through and affect different economies at different times. And certainly what we have seen over the course of the last 6 or 9 months has indicated that that has been the case. So rather than focusing on these point forecasts for GDP, which in many ways tell you more about the scale of the recession that's preceded them, I think it's interesting just to look at where we are in levels terms in the global economy. This chart shows you what was happening in terms of first quarter 2021 GDP in all of these economies compared with where they were before the pandemic began in the final quarter of 2019. And it won't surprise you probably to see that China tops the list, first into the pandemic, first out of the pandemic, and the level of GDP in China is now about 8% in the first quarter above where it was at the end of 2019. There's also a few other Asian economists, a couple of emerging economies in that left-hand side of the chart as well. And on the right-hand side, you can see a number of European economies and a couple of other emerging economies as well. Now, in recent months, obviously optimism has been growing about the UK and the rest of Europe as vaccinations are rolled out and economies are starting to reopen. There's a lot of optimism being painted in the survey data, and certainly our forecasts do point to a significant improvement coming through. But this chart shows you that they are starting from a position having had very deep recessions where they are still very below pre-pandemic levels of activity. What you also see is a divergence within Europe, with Germany obviously having had a more mild recession last year than some other economies. So far, it's actually starting from a less severe downturn. And you also see the divergence with the US. Obviously, the US, helped along by a very, very big fiscal stimulus, actually is already very close, even at the end of the first quarter, to pre-pandemic levels of activity. And certainly our forecasts for 2021 are a significantly higher growth rate than something we're forecasting for Europe. But the other thing that I mentioned at this event back in September was the extent to which the recovery, which was already starting to come through, was driven very much by goods spending. And there is no doubt that the rebound we've seen has been very goods intensive. If we look at what's happened to world trade growth in goods and indeed global industrial production, it has been a very, very strong rebound. And certainly looking at that global industrial production chart on the right-hand side, you can see that not only are we above where we were at the start of the year, but we're more or less back in line with the trajectory that we were on before the pandemic struck. But this is going to be evolving, and in fact, it has already started to as economies start to open up. The rotation in spending away from goods has actually started to feed through now into services as the economies and the vaccinations start to take effect. And this is just an example of the US. You know, we've seen in the likes of Australia, as activity returns to normal, you've seen spending switching towards services and away from goods. In the US, in March and April, we had all of those big stimulus payments from the Biden administration starting to be received by households. So the spending growth certainly continued at a very robust rate. But what I'm showing you in this chart is in the red column, it shows you what happened to spending in these various components in the year from February 2020 to February 2021. And again, here you can see that this surge in demand for the likes of motor vehicles and recreational goods, consumer electronics, anything housing related, because that housing boom was very, very strong. That's where you saw very strong demand for goods. And this, of course, has contributed to a lot of the bottlenecks that we're now reading so much about because supply has not been able to keep pace with this resurgence in demand, whether it's for the likes of wood products or semiconductors, which is, of course, very important inputs for the motor vehicle industry. But what you'll also see when you look at the grey column, which is what's happened to spending in March and April, is the beginning of a rotation towards services that is starting to take effect. And this is likely to feed through into more momentum in the service sector as the year progresses. But the one area of good spending that we think probably will accelerate is first of all, we probably will see for the most affected industries by these bottlenecks like motor vehicles, where production has actually fallen in the last couple of months. But as semiconductors become available, that situation for cars is expected to ease in the third quarter. We may see a temporary revival in demand, particularly as inventories are so low in the auto sector as they are in other areas of retail. But the other area of goods that should remain fairly robust and actually accelerate is capital goods. Investment spending broadly over the last year was a bit more resilient than we feared, but most of that was in tech or indeed construction. But given this manufacturing revival, it seems reasonable that we are going to see a much more rapid expansion of machinery and equipment demand. In China, we've got this evolving mix of spending. We're anticipating a slowdown in construction and infrastructure spending, which will have implications for some commodity producers, but manufacturing investment, we expect to see a further acceleration. And across Europe and the US, we are looking for higher investment spending, which means that capital goods demand and capital goods producers like Germany, like Japan, should be beneficiaries of that. But let me turn to the inflation picture, because with all these bottlenecks and some fairly high headline inflation prints being reported around the world, and particularly in the US, inflation concerns are now dominating a lot of the headlines, which is a particular concern in financial markets. But if we look, for instance, at what happened in the April print, when US inflation went above 4% and core inflation hit 3%, you can see on the left-hand side that a lot of this was driven precisely by those sectors that have been driving, that have been facing the biggest bottlenecks. So used car prices, furniture prices, and now this beginning of rotation towards services, things like lodging away from home, hotels and other temporary accommodation away from home. That drove a large amount of the increase in inflation. And remember, this was measured against some very low base effects from last year, which was at the worst point of the pandemic. And you'll see on the right-hand side that this is likely to rise a little bit higher over the next couple of months. And then it will probably be quite slow to come down in the final months of 2022. But our outlook for 2022 is that goods price inflation will come back down as part of these bottlenecks start to ease, even as service sector inflation starts to revive. And central banks really have this kind of outlook in their profile because they are telling us that this jump in inflation that we've seen is purely transitory and is a reflection of this pent-up demand being unleashed. It's been very much focused in goods. We may see it spread now towards a bigger spike in service sector inflation coming through, but it doesn't tell us very much about the medium-term outlook for inflation. And the other point is that financial markets, certainly the bond market, believes what the central banks have been telling them, which is that, yes, inflation is going to be higher, but not that much higher. And bearing in mind that the Federal Reserve told us that they wanted to achieve higher inflation, having undershot 2% inflation for a certain amount of time. So in that left-hand chart, you can see what financial markets are already incorporating in terms of inflation. They have already priced in about 2.5% inflation or more for the course of the next 5 years. And they are not expecting this to feed through into much, much higher inflation over the course of the next couple of years. They've also, over the course of the last few months, priced in the beginning of a tightening cycle, even to start taking effect in by the end of 2022 in terms of interest rates. We're not forecasting a rise in interest rates by the end of 2022, but we do expect the Fed to slow its pace of asset purchases and to announce that by the end of 2021 and to be reducing its asset purchases all through the course of 2022. Yes, there are some central banks that are going to be raising rates. Some emerging economies where rates had fallen too far have already started, whether it's raising rates, whether it was Turkey initially or Russia or Brazil. And we've got some other emerging economies that will be raising rates over the course of the next year. But across the G10, it's really at this point only the Reserve Bank of New Zealand and the Bank of Canada where we're forecasting a rate rise even by the end of 2022. Anything from the Fed and even more so, the ECB is going to happen well after that. So let me just conclude with what I've said. We've seen already a quick bounce back in activity. And obviously the quicker this bounce back that comes through, and in some countries it's coming through a lot more rapidly than others, that will limit the lasting damage for the economy and mean that the implications for long-term potential growth should be actually a bit more limited than we'd feared at the initial onset of the pandemic. And a lot of that is a function of the policy stimulus that's been provided. I didn't really go into the uncertainties. There are some risks to growth. The big uncertainties on the downside is still COVID itself. We need to remember there are a lot of countries in the world, in Asia and Latin America, where COVID cases are actually now at their highest levels since the onset of the pandemic. That will keep the risk alive, obviously, of renewed variants that could actually come back even to countries where vaccinations have been rolled out if they prove not to be effective against those new variants. But there are some upside risks to our numbers too, including the sharp rise in household savings that have actually been accumulated over the last year, even if it's been mainly in the hands of higher earners. And also there is a degree of uncertainty regarding this rotation of spending that I talked about from goods towards services. Inflation is still the big uncertainty. We've seen a spike in inflation. Prices are likely to remain sticky over the course of the next few months as the economy reopens, and it takes a while to ease these bottlenecks. But longer term inflation, medium term inflation is not driven by these bottlenecks. Some of the ones that were initially hit the economy back in April or May have already started to be resolved. So we will see some easing in bottlenecks. The medium-term implications for inflation really have a lot more to do with labour markets and indeed to inflation expectations. And that's what central banks will be keeping an eye on. At the moment, yes, we're not forecasting interest rate rises by the end of 2022 in either of the majors from the Fed or the ECB. In fact, the ECB will still be buying debt well through 2023. But if we were to see a much higher spike in inflation expectations, then that's something I think the Fed would probably respond to. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope you've enjoyed the conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are discussing serious issues, but we are not far from the entertainment, providing you with the Groundhog's Day or Dzień Świstaka effect. We wanted to make sure that Janet will speak to us, yet the loop made it even more interesting. Now, back to the discussion. Janet presented to us once again the positive and the more threatening aspects, where the first one is growing spending power and the second one is the rising inflation. Hopefully, if we survive until the mid of 2022, it should start going down. Now, moving on with the agenda, I would like to ask Minister Kościński to welcome all participants and present the approach of the government to the topic of the FDI in Poland. So, Mr. Kościński, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Pavel. Thank you, Jacek. So it's nice to see a lot of known faces which, from pre-COVID times, so it's a good sign. And also nice to see new faces who I don't know, it's even better sign. So I take it that's new investors in town, great. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to spend this afternoon today with you. The scale of the recession in Poland was one of the mildest in the whole of the EU, and milder than we initially expected. This was mainly thanks to the unprecedented efforts of the government. Poland's unemployment rate is the lowest in the whole of the EU. There's nothing surprising about the fact that direct foreign investments are an important part of our economy. According to the report of International Chamber of Commerce, in Poland, there are about 25,000 entrepreneurships with foreign capital, from from 107 countries on here in the Polish market. The majority of them come from Germany, the USA, and United Kingdom. Foreign companies account for about 1/4 of all the capital invested in Central and Eastern Europe. The numbers are growing each year, and we are attracting firms from different fields, including high-tech, like electromobility. I strongly believe that each of the investors here in the audience today, both online and here in the hotel, can confirm that Poland is a good and friendly investment direction, not only because of the market size and location, but also because of the favorable attitude of Poles. The size of our highly qualified labor force, especially engineering, is our huge asset. 30% of the professionally active people in Poland have higher education or employed in science and technology sector. In order to meet investors' needs and expectations, we reformed the functioning of the special economic zones, and we created the so-called Polish investment zone. What's more, we modernized the grant system, and I was personally engaged in that to help that go through. Let me give you an example. Since September 2018 to March 2021, over 900 decisions of support were granted within the Polish Investment Zone program. These amounted to an estimated 39.9 billion zloty in investments declared value and over 18,000 new jobs created. When it comes to the grant program, we have currently 90 active agreements and investments for over 25 billion zloty. Such efforts enable us to keep a stable level of investment attractiveness in Poland, which has also proven by various rankings, and this tends to be of great value nowadays. Even the pandemic hasn't stopped us to maintain this positive trend. Now it's high time for another step forward, using the post-pandemic unfreezing of the global economies to enhance national and foreign investments. This is one of the great goals of the Polish deal announced recently by Premier Morawiecki, which contains tax incentives promoting investments and reducing tax formalities. Through these actions, we will convince both Polish entrepreneurs to invest in their development and to compete on global markets, and foreign businesses to locate their activities in our country. And what do we exactly mean by this plan? Well, first, we will create further favorable conditions for investments. Second, we will guarantee tax incentives to those who want to invest in Poland. And last but not least, we will help them in winning new markets. These three parts are key elements of the post-pandemic strategy for economic recovery of Poland. Looking into the detail, I would like to say that we have prepared an investment package for investors with 5 tax reliefs, which should encourage them to implement new ideas. The research and development incentive and the IP box, which were already in place before the pandemic, will become much more attractive. The new proposals like the prototype, robotization, and innovative employee support will be soon introduced. The prototype relief will be dedicated for both big breakthrough inventions and innovations at the company level. People are at the heart of each company. The relief for innovative employees will make it much easier to attract good quality staff. Thanks to robotization relief, industrial robots will become more accessible, and I hope we will soon catch up with our neighbors from the south who are leaders in robotization in our region. In addition, we will support Polish companies in entering the stock exchange. Tax relief for investments through venture capital funds will be introduced. Companies which decide to rescue other firms in a poor financial condition will also be granted tax credits. A tax incentive for those who plan market expansion is also planned. The list is not definite. Our plans include solutions which make the tax climate of investments much more friendly, and we are determined to give investors additional arguments for locating their investments in Poland. Besides all of the above, we will offer you an investor desk. Our aim is that a swift and comprehensive service offered to investors becomes the Polish quality mark of recognition. All the issues concerning strategic investments will be dealt with in one office, with one negotiator, and on the basis of one agreement. In other words, key investments will receive not only good, but the best services. Such investors will get a single tax interpretation, specifying all tax aspects and consequences of the proposed investment. Our assumption is that if the investment gets all tax assessments and calculations promptly, and our offer has much more attractive tax conditions than other countries from the region, he will surely locate his capital here in Poland. Moreover, we want to encourage you to invest in Poland by implementing the possibility of VAT deduction from financial services. And last but not least, we will create an attractive environment for capital holdings groups. Poland also become a country where VAT groups can operate. This is often taken into account by foreign investors while making a decision of doing business in a given country. As you can see, we have a lot to offer, and I'm sure that these solutions are an answer for the business barriers indicated in the annual report of the Association of Business Service Leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, keep investing in a healthy economic and FDI-friendly environment of Poland. It's, as you can see, I think it's worth it. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Minister Kraśnicki, for presenting the 3 key elements for further development of the Polish economy, which are creating further favorable conditions for investments, guaranteeing tax incentives to those who want to invest in Poland, and helping in winning the new markets. To conduct the further discussion on presented program and the Q&A session, I would like to ask to the stage Janusz Dziurzyński, ABSL Vice President and Head of Digital Technology at British American Tobacco. Janusz.
1, 2, 3. Works. Perfect. Mr. Minister, I've been listening to this wonderful story. I was making some notes to myself. This sounds like a nirvana for investors, right? It's almost like we wouldn't be here if Poland wouldn't be a great place to invest. That's great, but this wonderful audience here and online is looking forward on the future, eyes on the future. What's next? And the National Recovery Plan, as well as the Polish deal, is the hot thing that everybody is discussing today, and lots of terms and lots of incentives that you mentioned may sometimes be a bit overwhelming and not that easy to understand by investors and by managers like myself. So question to you is, could you untangle this a little bit for us to explain in the language that business people understand, and I'm sure exactly what I'm talking about, to make us understand what is the long-term view for folks like myself and like the audience who are looking forward to a simple, understandable, long-term perspective.
Okay, okay. I think the most important is to understand the change of perspective that the government administration has, because if you don't have a partner, then you can have good products, good intentions, but it's very difficult to get the right parameters for investment. And this is something we've been doing over the last 3 or 4 years with Premier Morawiecki. We come from business, both of us. We work together, and we understand very, very well what businesses require. So they need a partner, they need decisions to be taken. Whether they're good for the business or bad, you need decisions to be taken. You need decisions, or you need partners who actually listen to what you require and try to help you and not hinder you. And this is what we've been doing with the 2016 strategic plan for rebuilding the Polish economy, and also now with the Polish New Deal. It's really an answer to the questions and the requests we've been receiving from the market. We listen to the market. I personally, every week, once or twice a week, we have what I call the dialogue with business, where we have no holds barred, Chatham rules, hopefully. We listen to what the business people have to say. We then work on that. We try to put together a proposal which either eliminates barriers or gives the right and enhancements and to do business in Poland. So there are a lot of changes, I agree with you, but a lot of things to do. So it's, I think what we do is a reflection of what the market is asking for.
Okay, so if I get this right, you and Prime Minister are kind of warranties for us that the dialogue will continue and you will have a listening ear to us, right?
Well, the dialogue will not only continue, it will expand. I'm currently in a process in the Ministry of Finance, which is, let's face it, it's still has the infrastructure or the management structure of the pre-transition period from the 1970s, in fact. So very hierarchical, military-style structure. And even to give you an understanding of the problem I have, last year I asked the tax returns, tax offices, that when people put in their paper tax returns, and people quite often ask for a rubber stamp to put a date on which they put the paper in, I said, well, put a stamp on there, thank you for paying your taxes. And the hate I got from the staff, why? We're not going to be thanking for people to pay taxes. So the staff have to be educated that we are working for you. Our job is to actually make your life easier, not make your life harder. Of course, we also have to educate the population that paying taxes is good. It's not something that the finance minister mafia takes. It's something that we take on your behalf to invest back in the infrastructure that you need to run your businesses. So we're currently in the Ministry of Finance and the Inland Revenue, revamping all our attitude to working together with business, so that we're becoming customer-centric. Our expectation is that we will be, you'll go to a tax office for consultancy, not for control. I think this is, very, very important. I'm actually in a moment, and we announced this on Monday, creating a one-stop shop basically for investors, where, as we know, it's very, very difficult. You go to a tax office.
This investor desk thing?
Investor desk, yeah. That's right. So we have an investor desk. We already have something similar for the big Polish corporates, that they can have an audit done, and then they have a guarantee that their tax affairs are in order. But this will be for new investors coming into Poland who are worried that they misinterpret or something like that, so that they will get basically a cast iron guarantee that the tax that they have to pay won't actually be changed.
That sounds really, really good. I really take the promise of the continuous dialogue. This is probably the consultation that is probably the most important thing for us. So we feel we have the influence and somebody is really kind of understanding our argument.
Well, for me, it's most important that I work for the market, so I have to listen to the market. It's just 2 years ago when I came to the Ministry of Finance, it was I was told we don't talk to the market. So we've changed that code totally. And I know that it has already changed, but the market is telling us it's great to be able to have a partner.
I trust this is being recorded so we can hold you for the word. Yeah. Brilliant. Now, Jacek mentioned, and Paweł mentioned as well, you mentioned as well the Polish deal. which amongst many, many things, it's presented as a positive thing, and lower taxes, very favorable things. But if you think at our sector, if you look at our sector, according to our analysis, because people earn quite well, because they are highly educated, high-level specialists, specialized in the higher-level services, more than 50% of people working in the sector will be negatively impacted by that. Now, in the context of the critical element of the sector growth, which is talent, what do you think, how we can keep these people, to speak to them as, even if you get hit negatively, you actually should stay here because we need you here in the business growth. You look at your opportunities. How would you respond to that?
Okay, well, first of all, I'd look at the Polish deal. Don't put everything into one pot, because it doesn't. Then it doesn't make too much sense. The one thing is the tax. Another thing is the social security aspect. So on the tax, what we've done is we've increased the tax the tax-free level from 8,000, but it wasn't actually 8,000, it's about 5,000, because it was degressive. We've moved it up to 30,000. So your first 30,000 zloty is going to be tax-free. The second thing we did is we changed the band from where you pay higher late rate tax from 85,000 to 120,000, which meant that before 1.2 million people used to pay the higher rate. Now only 600,000 will pay. And also the tax-free rate was about 4 or 5% of the average salary. Now it's going to be about 45%. It's one of the highest in the OECD countries. And there I put a full stop. Now nobody can really complain that that was wrong. Now, an additional thing is, of course, that to date you could apply the costs of your the contributions to the national insurance to be tax deductible. And we had this curious effect in Poland where people who are earning 30,000 zloty per month were paying about 300 zloty per month nets for the social security, for the medical social security, and, whereas people who are earning 3,000 zloty a month were paying 400 zloty. And so I think everybody agrees that something had to be changed.
Oh, this is clearly a discrepancy.
So that was changed. Now, of course, what's happened is that there is a band there between about 6,000 and 12,000 zloty, which we term as the middle class, which basically are going to lose out on that. And this is where we're putting in, depending which newspaper you read, it's Morawiecki's relief or Govin's relief. I even saw Kościński's relief today, but we're still working on it.
The important word is relief. Yeah.
That's right. At the moment, we know for people who are actually who are employed, will actually be neutral for them. People who are on the ryczałt, we will probably we'll be reducing the tax rates for them to try to even out. It's not so easy because there's different calculations to put in. So my answer there is that it should be relatively tax neutral for people who are earning up to about 12,000. Now, in this sector, that's probably the base. Going up.
That's the issue in the sector.
And so what we need to do now is, and this is what we're proposing. We're proposing to give you tax relief on employing highly skilled employees, which will, because you get tax relief, you can pay them more, which then should be a net neutral for the higher earners.
Right. Again, the dialogue would be key. We understand this is a proposal. The folks that you mentioned that fall in between, not the super well-earning, not low. This is exactly where the core of the sector is. This is where the high education, high specialization falls in, and those are the folks who can be, which is majority of our sector employees. This group is critically important for us. Those are the people who would like to talk
and this is where this tax relief on specialists should actually neutralize the effect.
We have probably time for one more question. I'm aware that you need to leave, although everything that we discussed was super interesting. Let me talk a bit about this a friendlier tax environment that you mentioned, right? In one of your speeches, you mentioned that you would like to invite to Poland people like Elon Musk with their level of innovation and R&D investment Now, the question is how to do it when innovation continues to be a struggle. How would you come up with the formula, with the path of how to invite these people to invest more?
Of course, we've already done a lot. As I mentioned in my speech, that we've changed the special economic zones, which are set up in the early 90s for encouraging investment in Poland to soak up the unemployed, whereas the Polish investment zone is now really the whole of Poland. It's not there to encourage creating jobs. It's there to create innovative products and services which require working together with universities and employing these specialists. Now, going forward, we've already implemented what we call the IP box, so that for intellectual property, if you actually register your product in Poland, then you have 5% corporate tax. We're now expanding that to reduce some of the limits on actually receiving that. And we're putting in new tax reliefs as well. So not only when you sit there and you go through the research and development, which you can have tax relief, but also once you've done the research and development, you then want to build a prototype. So also you'll get tax relief on the prototype. Once the prototype is there, we'll also help you to automate your manufacturing, and hopefully sooner or later you'll start expanding abroad, and so you also have tax relief for abroad. So from the whole value chain of your business.
Yeah, let's hope this works, because so far we do not see such an inflow of the investment as everybody would like to see, right?
It is, but it has started. It has. If you look at the first quarter on quarter, it has started. Something's happening that private investment is beginning to take off. And also remember that from January we implemented the so-called Estonian corporate tax, which means that as long as you're not taking money out of the company for dividends, you don't pay corporate tax at all for that period. And we're changing that. There'll be no limits. So for 2022, there'll be no limits. It'll be available for the biggest companies.
You just opened another complete area that would probably deserve another half-an-hour conversation. We don't have that time. Let me just conclude that all this. Thank you for being with us so much. You will stay, and we will continue with the very interesting panels. In the meantime, I take the promise of the continuous dialogue to help us to understand what is in front of us as a cohesive picture should be positive for those who are here. And yeah, I will finish with the famous Polish saying, "Nic o nas bez nas," right? So this is something that we are looking forward very much. Thank you so much for the conversation.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, quoting Janusz from the very beginning, when he said that the proposal of the government sounds like a nirvana, we should be using a specific mantra that we have heard, that there is an opening and there is a promise of further discussion of the potentially planned tax changes with the stakeholders. So we will keep that promise and we will repeat it in the state of governmental nirvana to make sure that we all remember it and understand it. And the second aspect, which is in line with what we have been discussing this morning when showing the information from this year's annual report, that the value-added jobs in the sector are growing. And Minister Kościński has just informed us that there will be tax relief for those that are providing value-added jobs. So with this promise, we would like to leave you to digest it, as now we are offering you a 30-minute break, coffee break, and we will see you back in this room and on the online version of the conference at 5:30. So I hope you enjoyed what we've had by now, and we promise to deliver more. Thank you very much. Welcome to the second part of the ABSL FDI Forum. My name is Paweł Panczi and I'm the host of tonight's event. Participants can watch us live at the Marriott Hotel in Warsaw, or you can be with us through the live transmission at www.absl.pl. Just before the break, we had a chance to listen to Minister Kościński and talk to him about the needs of the sector, as well as asking him for the support. And what is most important, we got two information. First, that the government will be still open for further discussion and consultations with us regarding every single part of the New Deal for Poland. Second aspect was that there will be a one-stop shop for investors, which means for us as well. We want and we will be using this tool to talk to the government about potential projects, their needs and expectations. So with this in mind, I would like to move on and kick off this part of the agenda, inviting to the stage the moderator and participants of the first panel, a highly skilled talent pool ready to carry out advanced business processes and transformation, a new opening for FDI flow. To moderate the panel, we will have Peter Mitchell, Head of Global Business Services Center of ABB in Kraków. And his panelists are Iwona Dudzińska, Managing Director of EMEA AML FIU Hub Head at Citi, Agnieszka Jankowska, Government Affairs and Public Policy Board Member of GE, Paweł Pyszlak, Global Head of IT Functions at Roche Global IT Solutions Center, and Maciej Wituszyński, SBO Global Resourcing Manager at Shell. Peter, you can take the floor.
So I hope you can hear me. Very good afternoon. I'm not Polish. I'm Irish. I've been here in Poland for the last couple of years. I joined the center in 2018. You may ask the question, what's an Irish guy doing on stage? But I think I'm the wild card today. So thanks for the invite. And I'm very excited. I've got the fantastic four here on stage, some amazing backgrounds. And we're going to have a fun kind of conversation around the talent, around global roles here in Poland, how to attract it, how to retain it, and how to have some fun with it. So the one thing I'm not so happy about when I was here about an hour ago is to find out that I potentially have to pay more taxes here in Poland. So I'm not so sure how that dialogue is going to be continuing with the government, but hopefully we can find some relief and some extra incentives for companies our sizes and all shapes and sizes and all different wants and needs and desires. The topic itself is relatively simple, right? I mean, the skills have kind of evolved and grown over the years. It's not your traditional back in the 90s with the kind of transactional activities that take place in a shared service environment, predominantly finance, but it's become bigger and better and more skilled and complex. We've got HR, we've got IT services, we have everything you can imagine to the most complicated research and development engineers that we have here in the country working on different projects and global initiatives for multinational companies. So the fact that the skills are here is clear, right? And I think what this panel will try to accomplish today, not try, we will accomplish, is what exactly is that kind of secret ingredient, that sauce that's required to have those skills to lead global processes and global areas of responsibility here locally in Poland. So global roles for Poles, basically, is what we're going to bring to the table here. And it sounds a bit funny coming from an Irish fella, but global roles for Poles is what I stand for. And you can see me as one of your ambassadors when it comes to business and how we conduct work here locally. So I'm going to start with Paweł, and Welcome, sir. He's working with Roche. He has a global role, and my simple question is, can you describe a little bit that global role that you fulfill today? You're based here in Poland. You are Polish. Apparently, you've never left Warsaw, so it is possible.
I left Warsaw from time to time.
From time to travel, but you've always been based here, which is phenomenally great. And what's your secret? What was the edge that you needed to have to get this role?
Yeah, so hello everyone. It's great pleasure to be here and being in this event really physically and seeing all of you. And yes, I work at Roche. Roche is one of the biggest biotech companies, one of the biggest investors in R&D. And in Poland, we have Technology Hub, which is quite large. And we are also responsible not only for the operations in Poland, we are also responsible for the activities that are happening in Canada and in Malaysia. So right now, the organization is fully globalized and operates across all the continents, I mean, except one, but across all the time zones. And I am in my role responsible for all the technology hubs we have at Roche in the space of the software delivery. The question was about the secret ingredient. Honestly, I don't know what's the secret ingredient. It's never been about me. It's been always about us. And I had a great pleasure to work with an amazing team, with great experts, with really great people with the great knowledge. And this is something that is making us successful. And this is something that is making me successful. So all of my focus is on the great team and great capabilities we have in Poland. And this is something that is driving bigger and bigger responsibility for that team, for that location. And I think this is also something that is driving direct investment, foreign investment, what we are looking for. We started as a small team. It was around 20 people. Today, it's a large team. It's a large global team with more than 300 million Swiss francs yearly operational budget. Which is quite a lot of money coming to Poland as an investment of Roche. And really the investment is in the high-tech digital technology. So nowadays we are not focusing on any transactional operations. We really do only the transformational software initiatives for Roche, including digital products that Roche sells, but also the key software components that help this company to innovate and really be great. So
that sounds great, Pavel. And you're so humble because you bring the people into the game here straight away, as opposed to talking about yourself, which is absolutely fantastic. Which probably is one of the leadership traits and characteristics that puts you in that role in the first place. We're going to come back to you a little bit later. I'm going to move to Maciej. Maciej's he's got his hands full. He's got 17,000 people that he needs to source globally. For the services within Shell. So working in a very kind of dynamic HR environment, global sourcing. I mean, how do you get all these things done? That's not the question, but the question is it's twofold, right? It's what are the skills and competencies that you're looking for out there, and take the use case to have a kind of a very prominent role here in Poland. And not just about getting and retain or getting the skills in, but how do you then nurture those skills and ensure that they're kind of retained and they grow and flourish within the organization?
So maybe just to start to say, so Shell is now in Poland 4,500 people, close to 4,500 people. But when you look at the network of our shared services, it's above now 17,000 people, and it's close to 20% of the staff that Shell has globally. And when you look at that, what you want to do as a company, and then I think what we all want to have is that have more of those global roles being placed in Poland, in our offices here, to obviously to have. We have great talent, in Poland to give them opportunity to do this. But when you look at the competences, what we look for in the people that we kind of trying to source for those global roles, one of them obviously is a leadership, and it's not only about how great leader you are to your people, but also well you are able to lead the function and the business. And it's to have that global. One of the things we were discussing, and is that obviously your experiences to lead people globally. It's something which is important, and obviously that in the past that was mostly done when you we actually would send people abroad or give them international assignments. But exactly with pandemic, you actually have more and more opportunities to lead people virtually. The virtual world is, has proven to work well, and those experiences we need to give to people. So it's less about your education, less about your whatever your knowledge, but it's more about what experiences we can give to people purposefully. So it's to prepare them for those global roles. But the second thing is what we can do to have more of those roles, because that's another level of discussion. And when we discuss globally, one of the things is obviously to share those cases also from our competition. Yeah? So we trying to we need to have a critical mass of those experiences in our industry to be able to push for more of those roles to come here. So these are sharing those experiences, sharing those case studies across the company is also something which allow us to build credibility among our partners, and this critical mass will actually allow us to have those more of those roles. Yeah, we want to create a Poland as a place where people globally can think that placing a global role is a right thing to do.
Fantastic. Thank you, Maciej. We'll be coming back to you as well. Agnieszka, when it comes to your thoughts and when it comes to what you believe would be a right approach when it comes to attracting more FDI, I think you mentioned something around economic diplomacy. Is that correct? Can you maybe explain a little bit more about your thoughts on that and elaborate to the group here, please?
Absolutely. First of all, I must say that we really need more global roles for Poles, and I think that with such a place in Europe and great talented people and very good time zone and big market, we are just the best prepared to take such global roles. But not only education, not only soft skills, opportunities in the company help bring more global roles, but also we can find public administration as our ally in that, and to help convince our headquarters that here exactly in Poland there is a focus on specific sectors, that there is a right policy, right regulations and whole ecosystem that help grow the businesses and bring more not only FDI, new investment, but also reinvestments. So I was speaking about economic diplomacy, but not in the sense that government traveling to one or other country is organizing a study visit or, gathers a couple of entrepreneurs and go there, but really proactive, activities and really very wise plan to engage our heads of our companies. And I think that such a very close partnership with local representatives of our corporations, of our companies, with public administration, such a real politic will be very helpful for more global roles.
Okay, brilliant. Let's come back to this. Definitely come back to this, because I really want to elaborate more on which of those sectors are upcoming, where the investment is required and where the attention is definitely needed. When it comes to my next question to you, Ivona, it's very much kind of linked to one of the previous panels, because I came here very early this morning. I didn't realize that the morning session would be in Polish. So I was sitting in the corner there with a translator. So I had a bit of a heads up and kind of a head start to the rest of you. And I was actively listening, and I found it, really interesting around the educational system and some of the constraints and some of the needs there as well to kind of, come and match the demands from our market, from our industry. Math apparently is for learning how to solve problems, and history is to help teach us about processes and actually how to do things not wrong, but how to actually learn from our mistakes and do things in the right way. That's hopefully what history should be teaching the kids. Can you please, Ivana, tell us a little bit about, your thoughts around, the educational system and what should change or could change to help incentivize or to increase that talent base that's coming through much later in the process when they get older?
That question can, bring a lot of elaboration, because there are many ways how we can work better in order to increase the talent pool that we have in Poland. Obviously, with over 300,000 people working in the sector and all the companies that are represented here and more, we are really cooperative, and we have initiated a lot of projects and initiatives. In some cases, these are companies' initiatives in Krakow, Warsaw, where several companies are connecting together, in the Krakow Economic University, for example, or in Warsaw University. And I think that a lot of global companies, finance or IT, are very much engaged directly with the best universities in order to help, in order to consult what should be the directions and how we should educate people in order to help them to become the world-class leadership team. But what we are not really talking too much, or we are, but we haven't probably yet get there, is the support that we really require, or our sector of business, or in order to have the direct investments continued. We need really a lot of support from the government, and we need a lot of cooperation with the cities. And I don't want to say that we are not doing it. We are doing it, but we need to do this quicker, better, and we need to have a concrete plan, development plan, in order to be able to meet the needs. The question is how far we can go with the current portfolio of talent, and what kind of talent we need to develop. And we've talked a lot about this, but it is not only who we need, because obviously we need people who are good in maths, we need people who are good in IT, we need programmers, we need people who are politically savvy, who can talk, communicate, who can get the data, analyze them, have the takeaways and present them properly, who inspire people, who are cooperating internationally well. So we know all these skills: adaptability, flexibility, and everything. We know who we need. How we get there is the question. How we get there quick, and how we create the critical mass. Is it sufficient that several companies in the market, global corporations, are working directly with universities or classes? Or do we need universities and the middle schools to high schools to get really engaged and build a plan together who will deliver those programmers, IT savvy people, the leaders, etc. Do we need them to cooperate in order to have English capabilities that in some places across Poland are a showstopper to grow and develop, while we could go further if we have those skills? We are all the time telling that we have more than 500 universities across Poland. But do we have those universities producing the talent for our businesses? Do we have the teachers at those universities? We talk about the need to upskill and reskill the talent which is available at the market. But don't we need first to upskill and reskill some of the teachers in the high schools and universities? Do we teach the kids at school and the students what the subjects and the topics that we have teachers to teach them? Or do we upskill our teachers and expose them to international systems to let them be better teachers for our kids and for our students? Well, I think we are in an excellent moment of time, and we have great opportunity because for the last year, we have tested remote work. We have tested remote meetings. We have tested remote lectures. Why don't we go and build a plan with a remote program that we can reach out to best universities, to best talent, to help upskills our teachers? And I don't want to say that we don't have good teachers, because of course we have even great teachers, but we also have a lot that could be developed further. Not only our people and managers, but also the teachers who will then produce the talent and the potential. And they will do this quickly before people across the globe will start thinking that we don't have sufficient talent to bring up technology roles, to bring up most sophisticated work that could come.
Okay, so it starts with the educational system, the methodology, the skills that are being developed there as a kind of a good foundation to bring in the right talents to the organization. Agnieszka, you wanna add something to this? I see your.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with Ivona. We say about very often we say about luck, right? Because for global roles, there are not many global roles. So we say about luck, which is opportunity and preparation. So we need to prepare people, young people, for future global roles, and without strong education that is supporting not only your expertise, but also soft skills, or even more soft skills. For example, the ability to be curious, to look for the information, to see other person and not judge, but really try to understand the other point of view, the other company, the other strategy, and so on. We need to start from the education, but not the material as such, but the way how we educate our kids, our students, and our teachers as well.
Okay, clear. So on that point, Pavel, you got the mic in your hand. You're off you go, man. Off you go.
I just wanted to add one thing, because I have a pleasure to be part of the Poznan University of Technology Council. So I am directly involved in supporting the university in the proper business. There is one very important trap that we need to be aware when we think about the talent pipeline. The trap is that today the market offers really good salaries for highly qualified students. And basically, because of that, there is not that many students that stay at the university and really pursue with their PhD studies. And this will lead us to the problem that in the next couple of years, we'll have not enough teachers at universities to be able to really teach the students, and our talent pipeline could be then even shorter than it is today. And today we are perhaps lacking around 50,000 IT specialists on the market. And if we don't have the right education for them, there will be even bigger gap. So, of course, the universities are happy to cooperate with big companies like we are. They are looking for direct investments as well. So we as a company would be, of course, happy to get into the cooperation and bring some money to the table. However, our investment will not be enough. I think it's more structural problem. We as the sector will not solve this alone. We need to have a support from the government, which can offer our students a fair conditions to be able to develop their scientific career path. And with that, we can build another generation of the right teachers and rightly educated people that will help us to fulfill the gap on the talent pipeline. So I wanted to add this part.
No, very good. And I think, speaking of talent, I have one right next to me here on my left. Well, I've got four actually, and the rest of you. The talent searcher, searching for that needle in the haystack. It seems that it is becoming a needle in a haystack. I mean, I struggle myself. I mean, we've got 2,000 plus people in Krakow, and to stay ahead of the market and to really kind of find that talent is becoming so difficult. Any kind of insights from your side, Maciej, on how things are evolving and where you believe some improvements are required to get that kind of investment back on the road again?
So maybe just a sentence to the previous topic on education. So while I agree with Ivona. So while we're talking a lot about university cooperations, and I think most of us are doing or are engaged in that cooperation, we need to also have a big ask to our administration, our government, is to change the way we actually educate teachers. But it's not about only education, but also who stays after that education in the education field. Because currently, most junior roles in our industry pays better than the teachers with experience. Then obviously people who are finishing higher education in teaching, they actually look other way around. Yeah? They look away from schools, and that's the investment we probably need to ask as a companies to the government to be done. And that's just to finish off that. But just to say about the searching talent, and obviously we have all challenges with us. Yeah? So it's not. I'm not going to say anything new here, but just maybe to point to the discussion we had previously with the ministry. When we look at who's going to be most impacted by new regulations or tax regulations, is actually the attractiveness of the jobs in Poland versus the jobs outside of Poland. It's actually deteriorating. Yeah? It's going to be our attractiveness is going to be lower, and that's something which we need to also look at. We're trying to attract our diaspora that is actually living across Europe, in London, in Berlin, in other countries, and have those experiences, gain those experiences. We need to be able to attract them to go back to Poland, and that regulations does not help. Yeah, so these are exactly the people who's going to be impacted with offer. But there's a second, obviously, with the pandemic, we have also another threat for the local economy, is that people work remotely, and actually they do work from Poland, but they actually employed in other countries a lot of times, and that is natural outflow of talent because of that. Yeah, that's another threat. And so how we actually are able to prepare ourselves and make the flexible options, and it includes obviously the remote work regulations, how flexible they will be, and finally to have them. I mean, I'm happy to hear that Minister of Finance today said, it's important. He understands the business, and he understands that the decision needs to be made. That it's better to have a faster decision sometimes than just ambiguity. Well, I think there's a long wait we have on the regulation of the remote work, and it's being postponed and postponed. So I think that's another ask we can have to actually finally have some conclusion on that work. So that would help us to be able to search and to kind of level the field of the searching for talent for whole Poland, and possibly also the wider region.
No, very good, very insightful. I think when it comes to the challenges, clearly twofold, right? When it comes to the opportunities, I'd like to kind of emphasize or focus a little bit on the opportunities here as well. We established our shared service center back in 2016, so we're kind of 5th anniversary, well, hey, and hopefully we can come together like we are. I'm not sure why not everyone's celebrating today, the fact that we're actually physically together. It's amazing. We even got dressed and showered and ready to come here. It's phenomenal. It actually is a milestone, guys, so we should be very proud and happy, but let's calm down a little bit tonight as well during the cocktail drinking. But we have examples in our company where we have very senior guys, Polish guys, actually taking on global roles. So it is happening, it's evolving, and starting kind of with a greenfield organization, it takes time. So investing in the corporate culture and bringing people in with experience and trying to kind of spread that little magic ingredient, it needs to be nurtured. It needs to kind of, take root and take shape and form. And we're very happy to have these global roles now in Krakow as well. I mean, very senior fellas looking after complicated stuff, One of our big research and development centers is here as well. And it's next to none. I mean, incredible talent and opportunities. So Pavel, I mean, you're in this world, right? With a global kind of presence. What are the future opportunities where we need to upskill, where we believe that we're going, and I think the country could be, made aware of, and the sector in particular, because it's no longer this kind of traditional way of working. It's above and beyond. And maybe you can emphasize and give some examples of that.
Yeah, so I think the biotech sector and the health sector in general, it's a big opportunity for Poland. And it's a very big opportunity for the world. We also see this, a good example is just the outbreak that we are suffering from. There is many other opportunities in that space, in the healthcare, in medical, in advanced diagnostics. So I think that's an area where we could bring our focus, and this is already happening to some extent. So relatively recently, we also signed together with the ABM, so the Agency for Medical Health, an agreement to build a health innovation hub in Warsaw, so with a couple of pharmaceutical companies, plus one of our government agencies. We try to make a more focused investment, and this is definitely an area where we can do a lot. We have the right skill and talent. It's not fully utilized yet, because we utilize for example, our digital talent in the financial sector. We utilize in the manufacturing sector, supply chain. We are not yet fully utilized this talent in the healthcare sector. And that would be one of the key areas where I would bring focus and attention. I know that GE is also looking into that particular area of investment in Poland, and we would be very much appreciating certain initiatives around public-private collaboration, where we could even be more attractive to bring that kind of investment to Poland.
And to Ivona, do you have similar examples in City?
Of course we do.
Could you please elaborate?
Of course I will. In City we are planning, today we are over 5,000 people. By end of year we will be around 6,000 people. We are growing in many directions. We are a global financial institution. Majority of countries that City is present in are using the solution center that we have in Poland. And in the next year, we will be mostly investing in the institutional clients group. We are growing and planning a lot of innovation and investments there, but there are also finance, the compliance units, anti-money laundering, know your clients. When we do specialize, and actually probably we are already the strongest, and we are building on our strengths here, working a lot with the universities to have even more potential generated here in Poland. A lot of technology, including private bank operations and technology. So there is a growth. Even in the pandemic year, we have opened 2 offices. We have, last week, I've been to Olsztyn when people are talking about need or lack of need to have additional working space. I've been last week in Olsztyn, and we've been opening excellent new office, probably the most modern in our City portfolio across the globe, because this is the newest one. And we are now working on the new office in Warsaw. This is all supported by senior roles that are coming here. And for example, out of the 5,300 people that we have today, 3%, which is quite a meaningful amount, are the senior VPs. And every year we are getting new. So we have another, just 1 quarter, another 20 new senior VP roles here. Many of those are managing global roles from Poland. So absolutely we are on the right path. The only concern that we have is, will we have a talent pool in the future?
The only concern.
The only concern.
If only, if only. No, this is fantastic. I mean, look at the opportunities. Challenges definitely, but plenty of opportunities. Plenty of opportunities. So if there was one kind of wish you had when it comes to, making this investment happen, making it, stand strong and have these kind of, this, how do you call it, the pipeline, stimulated and, having, more and more of these activities and different roles coming into the country, what would that one kind of ingredient be from your perspective? And I'm going to ask every one of you the same question. What's the one thing you can take away or you would like to ask would happen to make that dream come true, so to speak?
So I would say about education. So again, how we as a country and a government can work together to improve education. And again, universities, that's a lot have been done. Yeah, we've done a lot. Yeah, but that digital space will not. It's not going to be enough talent unless we're going to work on the lower education levels to be able to actually get people into higher education, properly prepared for higher education.
Thank you, Maciej. Agnieszka?
I struggle with two.
Two?
So the one would be active at every level, because you can also create a global role for yourself or opportunities for your team. Like the example would be the digital healthcare team that I hope that during summertime will start with 5 people. And on the other hand, this ability to get interested in whatever it is.
Okay, thank you. Yvonne, over to you.
I talked enough about education, but I think that one of the critical things is to work with the administration and wishful thinking that whatever we do in the space of the new regulations in Poland is mindful of what we can get versus of what we can lose, and how we look how we look comparing to other countries, taking into the consideration competitive advantage. So those regulations that are upcoming, any regulations that are upcoming are absolutely critical to our organizations and can have an important impact on the direct investments and the decisions that are being made.
Very clear, thank you. And last but certainly not least, over to you, Pavel.
I definitely agree with everything that has been said, but there is one more thing that I would like to bring to the discussion. It's about importing talents. So it's not only about producing talents as our economy, but also about importing them. So a couple of years back, it was taking us around 50 days to bring an expat and really fully localize the person here. Right now, sometimes it takes even nearly 200 days. What makes it very, very difficult today to really import the people, and we'll need to rely on it because, of course, we have a big talent gap, but this is also a great experience exchange where we can bring people like Peter, for example, and we have more and more people coming to Poland from very, very far locations, like from Brazil, from Japan, and many, many other places, India, of course, as well. And I would say one of the wishes I would have is really to look into that area from the government perspective, because again, this is something that we can address structurally and help us to be more flexible and bring the right skills to our companies in Poland, because this will also build the right talent for us to take on the bigger roles and also, of course, increase the foreign direct investment.
Wow, perfect. We've got 42 seconds on the clock. I want to thank all of the panelists, and I'm going to close out with a poem. Yeah? So a forum on more FDI, face to face, eye to eye. If it was up to the panel, they'd reach for the sky. Skills and talent are already in place. Time to invest. Let's pick up the pace. Track record of growth is crystal clear. Take the risks. Bring new business here. Thank you.
Peter and the panelists, thank you very much. Too many notes after this panel, how to summarize it. Well, we were going to talk about the new opening for FDI in Poland, and it looks like it is about talent. It's about educating, importing, and activizing. So these three aspects should be our key activities when thinking about how to influence the FDI. And this also should be the key message to the government. There was one aspect that Agnieszka had brought up of the economic diplomacy. And I think that in talking to the headquarters, we should be more active, bringing in not just the experience from Poland, but also bringing in the officials. As ABSL in 2015 and 2016, we used to organize missions to New York and to London, talking about what we have already achieved and showing the growth potential. I think this is something that we could and we should come back to. So we will be getting back to you probably the end of this year, trying to propose some of the activities and figuring out to which headquarters we could and should reach out to and with what arguments. But that's one of the most important key takeaways from this conference, that we should activize ourselves in showing the potential of Poland and presenting it to the decision makers. Now, to continue the topic of the FDI growth, I would like to invite to the stage via a transmission from London, Andrew Harding. Andrew, you may remember from last year, he was here, but the post-COVID conditions made him stay in London because he would have to go through a testing and specific period of difficulty in providing his physical activities at work. So Andrew has recorded his message for us, and he will speak on the topic of how the new regulatory environment will impact financial business model. So with this title, I leave you in the hands of Andrew Harding.
Hello, I'm Andrew Harding, Chief Executive of Management Accounting from AICPA and CIMA. I'm really pleased to be back with you today to speak at your conference. It was a great pleasure to speak to you in September. I'm only sorry that travel restrictions mean that I can't be with you in person today. I think when I was with you in September, we were all expecting to be getting towards the end of this. And if anything, it just got worse after that. Let's have a look though at where the journey that we've been on. You know, at the beginning of 2020, we had all sorts of things that we said were worrying us. The risk of recession. There were trade issues between America and China. There were competitive issues, there's political instability, there's skill shortages, tight labor markets. We're concerned about how we're going to retain talent, all sorts of other things, how tech was going to threaten us, and how we were going to create our innovative cultures. Let's have a look at how things changed, because they then changed pretty fast during 2020. Have a look at that. Look at stuff which just disappeared. Recession risks still there, political instability still there, reducing costs still a concern. But look at all this other stuff that's gone there. Our biggest external challenges, the pandemic, vaccines, the way in which consumers' behavior had changed. Then, as far as what we're doing, digital transformation, improving innovation, how we change our business models, how we change our processes, all moving. And that was just January to January. And it's moved again further. We're now looking at reopening. We're looking at hybrid business models, the old working in the office, the new working remotely. How do we change our risk mitigation? What do our organizational designs look like? If we're not locked to old offices, we're no longer locked to geographical locations. How does that change us? How do we recruit and retain staff? You know, I have staff working with me and for me who I've never met except on a computer screen. Then again, looking at the world, how do supply chains change? We're looking at what are going to be the inflationary effects of all of those funding things that have gone on through the pandemic. So an awful lot that's changed us. And all of that reflects on our business, particularly, you know, when we're looking at shared services, when we're looking at how do we operate GBS, what's changed there? How do you ensure that Poland remains a world leader in this sector? So let's start. You know, we've got complexity of global operations. Again, increasing complexity coming there. Things are being thrown away. People are trying to build things close to market. How does that work? We're in a period of flux. How's it going to land? What's it going to look like? We're seeing new issues emerging. The whole ESG agenda has been accelerated. You know, there's European Union legislation going back to 2017 around this, but it's suddenly here, it's with us. If you're running a shared service center in Poland, you're going to have to be delivering on that to your clients, and they're operating in worlds where actually the standards are fractured. Different geographic territories require different standards to be met. There are different models out there competing for attention. How do you get that right? Next, let's look at international taxation. Only last week was that thrown up in the air. G7 are adopting a policy of setting a minimal rate of corporation tax for the globe. How's that going to work? What are the motivations for that? You can look at see how that works. You know, for many countries, in particular European countries, they see this as a way of controlling the big tech companies. For American business, they see this as a way of dealing with countries like the Republic of Ireland, who set very low competitive tax rates to bring in jobs and to bring in business. Digital acceleration, again, how do we keep up with that? At the beginning of the year, we were reading digital acceleration has accelerated in this year. We've gone through what we would have done in 5 years in 1 year. Now people are saying, actually, that was wrong. We had 7 years worth of growth. How do we keep up? How do we keep up with that? Risk management, everything starts to change around that. How do our risks look? All the old assumptions are being questioned. Just in time has suddenly become just too late. We see supply chains breaking down. How does that work with us? And what are we going to do about it? You know, running global shared services, we have to prepare the information which allows these businesses to make the right decisions at the right time. We have a war for talent going on, a war that's only going to intensify. And how does that all work out, particularly when we have, you know, ever increasing geopolitics, probably brought to an even sharper focus by the pandemic. But let's look at this a bit more pragmatically. Let's look at the opportunity for Poland, because indeed that opportunity is there. Good economic growth means that Poland competes on excellence. It competes on the excellence of its people, the excellence of the services that it offers. And what people are going to be looking for, given all the concerns about risk and everything that's gone on, is going to be global shared services from an environment that is excellent in what it provides, but is also resilient in what it provides. It can't afford to go down. It's got to be anticipating, and it's got to be ahead of the game, really helping their clients go forward and take that opportunity. If that all works, that's going to really drive success for the sector. And being a leading location is the best place to start in this. We see talent pools We know those need to be expanding. We know we need to be training our employees with the necessary skills. We know those skill sets are changing. That has to be accelerated. We have to retrain our employees over and over and over again. And if we do that, though, it's a game that we win and that we succeed in. So that's really where we are. That's how I see the challenge. Some of you might be wondering what on earth I've been up to over the last 9 months since I was last with you. Probably very much like you. We've been developing tools. We've been working with business to ensure that when recovery comes, it comes in a way which is sustained, in a way which actually takes advantage of what we've learned. We've been encouraging governments to invest in skills to ensure that productivity is improved. We've shared tools with professionals across the world around how do you evolve your business model evolution. Like many of you, we've also been looking at sustainability. What are the best measures? What's the best way of getting that into place? And please have a look at our papers, putting the E into ESG, putting the S into ESG. They're all available on our website, and you're very, very welcome to have a look at those and see what you can learn from them. And finally, the other piece that's going on, we're seeing audit being reformed across the world, in the United Kingdom, in the United States, in Europe, and in Africa. Big changes around how audit is done, what audit is focused on. And indeed, we're working on that and looking at that from all levels, both from the business being audited and buying those services to the auditor themselves. So just to wind up, what a year it's been, and indeed what a 9 months it's been since I last spoke to you. Thank you again very much for inviting me to be with you today. I wish you all the best for a fantastic and successful conference. Thank you.
Andrew Harding, AICPA and CIMA, thank you very much for the summary of what has happened in the past year and how it influenced the business. It's important to remember all those aspects that Andrew mentioned, just to be aware in planning and making sure that we have the transfer from the pre-COVID to the post-COVID world. Now, according to the agenda, we will be moving to the last panel of the meeting. But before we do that, where we want to make sure that we understand and we discuss the new regulatory environment that was brought upon us first by all the changes starting in 2015 when the new government came to power with the introduction of Prime Minister Morawiecki's initial plan, and now for the last 2 weeks, the new Polish deal. We were aware that this is an earthquake, we could say. Looking at the complexity of all those changes, we can see that it touches almost every single part of our activities. And what Minister Kościński mentioned today is that there will be some hardships coming with the plan, but the complexity of the solutions may provide some positive outcomes. Of course, we all know that it doesn't work that way, that if we lose somewhere and if we gain somewhere, it will provide the positive balance, because if we increase the social security payments, the employees will come to us and will ask us to compensate that. So even if we get the other aspects in plus, then we may be suffering from, at least in the initial period of those regulations, from the hardship of the change. And what bothers us more is the unpredictability of the system. We have complained and we have talked to the government many times that this is what makes it difficult to bring the new solutions and the new projects. That when we do the plans for 2, 3, 5 years, and then all of a sudden those plans go to the trash can because there is a new regulation and a new law that cancels the financial calculations. So keeping all that in mind, we would like to move on to the next panel, how to create regulatory and tax environment to increase the FDI flow. It will be important for us to keep in mind that we want to understand the intentions of the government, and we want to make sure that we can at least plan something with the certainty of having the situation where we can present the plans to the headquarters when applying for more global roles. So the panel that I have just presented will be moderated by Jerzy Martini from Martini & Company, and it will include Mr. Brunon Bartkiewicz, President of the Management Board of ING. It will include Izabela Jagosz-Kuchta, CFO, Cloud and Cognitive Software at IBM Central and Eastern Europe, Marcin Mądry, the CFO of Shell Polska, and as I mentioned, it will be moderated by Jerzy Martini. One of the participants of this panel is also Minister Kościński, but what we see and what we would like to tell you about is that I like to be the Santa Claus and tell you that impossible is possible at and with ABSL. And we just got the information that Prime Minister Morawiecki has left the building of the Sejm to participate in our event. So what I'm trying to gain is more time because he's just there and he's being introduced by the security to participate in this event. So if you give us one more minute, hopefully we will be able to have the guest of honor and the main participant of today's event. Let me just check how the situation looks like. Just one more minute. Ladies and gentlemen, the special guest of the conference, Prime Minister of Poland, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not alone. With me is famous Minister for Finance, Tadeusz Kościński, and even more famous recently, Minister for European Affairs, Konrad Szymański. Why they are... So we have a strong team. And why they are so famous, it's because of the recent developments of all the policies and negotiations within the European Union with regard to the European Recovery Plan, and all our actions which we have started more than a year ago to preserve the value of our economy. And this exercise has proven to be quite successful. Our anti-crisis shield was very effective. It not only was critical to defend working place jobs, but in particular, Polish entrepreneurs, Polish companies are quite happy with their state of, with the state of play post pandemic. They are ready now with their capacity to invest, to start the post-pandemic era, and they look for new talents, they look for new investment opportunities, and they look for new partners. And also the Polish Development Fund is ready to match partners from abroad with Polish players in all the efforts to either start new business or in expansion abroad. All in all, I would have had much higher concerns a year ago, half a year ago, than today about the future of Polish economy. This is why I'm so happy also that, according to the recent data which I saw, Poland is #3 destination for foreign direct investments, because I believe that through creating of appropriate environment during the pandemic and in the post-pandemic world for foreign investors and domestic investors, we will be able to have a very, very positive development of in our economy and of our economy. For this, you have to have good, solid foundation through your budget, public debt, fiscal system, budgetary system, and I'm very satisfied to say that all those criteria and parameters are much better than I would have expected some time ago. Our budget will get consolidated over the next couple of years, while at the same time we will be able to invest more in infrastructure, to continue our social expenditures, and to spend more money to match the money from the European budget for further investment. All this together creates a near to perfect environment for 2021-2022 in the context of a big program which we call the Polish Deal, just to echo the New Deal of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And in this Polish Deal, we have created special set of incentives also for all the investment coming from abroad and for our domestic investors. So I would like to invite all of you and your partners, Polish partners or international partners, to talk with the Minister for Finance, Minister for Development, Economic Development, about any potential new business which you might have in mind in Poland. I'm very upbeat with regard to the next couple of years and longer-term future, given then that through this Schumpeterian melting pot, we were able to maintain, preserve, and develop our highest value, which is in the hearts and minds of our employees and our entrepreneurs. So that's all. I was not planned to be here, frankly speaking. I was on some other occasion, but Jacek convinced me to pop up, and so am I. I go to another meeting in a few moments, but if you have any questions to Tat or to Konrad or myself, please, now the floor is yours. Thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. This is already the first step towards what Minister Kościński has promised us, the open dialogue and the discussion of the government and the business when talking about the details of the New Deal for Poland. So maybe one quick question, if there is one from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, an unprecedented occasion. I don't believe you don't have questions.
I would have one, and fortunately or unfortunately, it won't be an easy one. So, Mr. Prime Minister, today we talk a lot about the new skills, new skill set, and how our business is transforming towards the value-adding processes, towards the value-adding activities. So we want to encourage the youth of Poland, the young people of Poland, to learn, to upskill themselves. And Minister Kornecka very much supported that perspective. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure how does it reconcile to the idea of imposing a marginal tax rate of about 41%, 32% tax rate, 9%, let's say, the health insurance. You know, for those youngsters, how do we want to encourage them to grow and develop themselves? Do we want to be a country of advanced processes or maybe simple logistics centers, if I may?
I'll explain it very happily and readily. First of all, for our youngsters, we have zero tax rate in terms of personal income tax up to 26 years of age, so, which is quite rare phenomenon on the European scene. And we also have now recently introduced a new taxation option called Reach Out, for a flat tax rate for up to 2 million euro of turnover. And the flat tax rate is combined with flat health contribution. So all in all, I'm absolutely certain that this is still one of the lowest marginal tax rates in Europe. After the change, from the point of view of our entrepreneurs, it went up to the level of 31% on the level of Czech Republic. Not to say that the German one, the French one, I'm not saying about the Southern European, they are much higher than this. It is lower than Slovakian and slightly higher than, slightly 1 or 2 percentage points higher than the Hungarian one. On top of all those solutions, we have also introduced a very thoughtful process of supporting innovators in each phase of the development of an innovation. Starting with the research and development, where all the depreciation charge tax rules and all the terms and conditions of how you calculate all your costs are very conducive for, very favorable for innovators. So this is the first phase, research and development. Then you have prototypes, and for the prototypes, we also have a very efficient tax rate. Then it is a production of all the value-added parts of your value chain. And here we have introduced a year ago a Singaporean IP box tax rate, IP box type of tax rate, which is 5%, one of the lowest in the world. And for the last phase of life of a corporation, we have introduced since the beginning of this year an Estonian seat, corporate income tax, which means that once you reinvest your profits, you don't pay tax, so your tax rate is 0. I know that some politicians make now or try to spoil the party and make a noise around our proposals, but I would encourage you to get into the details of which I have outlined in a general sense to clarify all the reservations which you still might have. Because in summary, thank you for this question, because this is the very core of the discussion of the Polish deal right now, and I believe that our tax rate, both for corporate income tax, but also for all those entrepreneurs which want to have flat tax rate on their personal income tax. I know for all of you which are from abroad, it's kind of strange because in Poland we do have those dichotomic tax regimes for all the entrepreneurs. One is corporate income tax, and we have close to 500,000 companies which are based on CIT, but also we have several hundred thousand companies based on personal income tax. It is kind of strange, but even for them, we have prepared a soft landing and a special system to be easy to accommodate in the context of Polish deal. But all in all, in summary, for the innovators, I think Poland has really created a very conducive environment in terms of taxation. Thank you.
Prime Minister Morawiecki, thank you very much. We will continue the discussion with Minister Kościński. Thank you. So as we all can see, the miracles can happen, and sometimes we can get what we were promised, even if a little delayed. But now we would like to move on with the agenda and proceed with the panel entitled How to Create Regulatory and Tax Environment to Increase FDI Flow. Once again, I would like to ask to the stage the panel moderator, Jerzy Martini from Martini and Wspólnicy, as well as Brunon Bartkiewicz, Izabela Jagosz-Kuchta, Marcin Mądry, and of course the main source of information on tax regulation, Minister Kościński.
Okay, welcome everybody. I'm very proud to have such a wonderful guest with us, and even more proud to have a very interesting, I would say, a hot topic. We had just recently witnessed that somebody even a little bit spoiled our discussion because Mr. Prime Minister Morawiecki responded to some of the questions we were hoping to address to Mr. Kościński, but let's hope to, of course, our discussion will be equally interesting because, as we all know, taxes is something that is interesting for all of us, especially for me because I'm tax advisor. But I'm so happy that many people, not tax advisors, people doing so many different jobs, are so much interested in taxes. So I'm a tax maniac, and I'm so happy that many of us are also tax maniacs. So, and speaking about FDI and regulatory and tax environment, creating better environment, of course, we have to focus on Polski Ład policy because this is obviously something that will significantly address some of the areas we are talking about. First of all, the talent. We had discussion about talent pool. So the question is how Polski Ład will influence this talent issue, the talent element. We were, of course, one of the main issue that is always raised when talking about attracting FDI is stable tax and legal system. And again, we had some issues with respect of Polski Ład not being entirely in line with this stability element. We have also, financial stability of financial system is also crucial for attracting FDI, and this probably will also be influenced by the Polski Ład project. And since we have Minister Kościński with us, we would be, very, very much interested in asking some of the questions because as most of us find Polski Ład project interesting, and most of us probably also agree that we need a strategic plan for these difficult times. And Polski Ład seems to address most of the issues, but obviously we have some reservations, some problems. And one of the case is that it is a proposal to increase the tax-free allowance, also increase tax thresholds, which is, well, hard to oppose, how to question this concept. This is very positive change. Also, we see the idea to increase the public funding. So there's obviously a gap, reduced state income versus increased spending. And according to the initial information, it seems that it is the small and medium enterprises, as well as maybe high-class specialists, which will bear the financial cost of this new Polish Ład project, which, as we know, has a lot of negative elements. This is especially a group which is crucial for harmonious development of our economy, and overtaxing them is not only can be harmful for economy, not only harmful also from PR perspective. If we want to have our young, brilliant specialists work in the UK, we want them to come to Poland. We do not want to discourage them with higher taxes. So that's a question: is it really an option, the only reasonable option, to raise some taxes, or have you evaluated the possibility to look at the cost side? For example, being a CFO of our state. Every CFO, when he has a situation of financial gap, he also should realize that there might be some resources which can be acquired through a more cost-efficient activity. And of course, the challenges. It's easier to simply increase the taxes, but that's one question. And also, grey economy. There's also some area of additional revenues. So the question is, have you evaluated other options, not by raising taxes, but some new, being more efficient?
Okay, thank you for that. Very interesting questions. Well, first of all, maybe I'll take it in reverse, the grey economy. Now, if you have people who have 30,000 zloty, which is tax-free, or young people under 26 who don't have any tax at all, then the incentive to be in the grey economy disappears. I think this will have a big incentive for people to actually be in the normal, real economy, okay, not pay taxes because or pay very little taxes, but the benefits they have of being in the real economy. So I think that will definitely happen. Of course, we're doing lots of other things, and we're bringing in online fiscal registers and doing a lot of big data and artificial intelligence in the ministry. So a lot of very interesting projects where we can see where there's some gaps in the VAT. So I'm quite happy on that. We've looked at that. Now let's go back to what can we do? We can increase tax. We can cut costs. Well, that's the things that were done after previous recessions, and that's the first and best way to get into stagnation. Because if you're cutting your costs, you're not investing, or you're increasing taxes so people are paying more, then the economy will stop. Now we've taken on a totally different strategy. Our strategy is that first of all, as you noticed, I'm sure that. We've increased the public finances debt. It's gone up to nearly about 57%, 58% on general government terms. Again, we had a lot of flack for that, but I give the equivalent that, well, if your house is burning and the fire brigade arrives, you don't actually want someone standing by the water meter saying too much water. Yeah? So we had to take that decision, and we pumped a lot of money into the economy to make sure that people's lives were saved, the people's jobs were saved, and companies were saved. Now, what our strategy is at the moment, and that's what we with the taxes, we're aiming for the lower paid segment. Because let's face it, most people in this room, if they received another 100 zloty a month or 1,000 zloty a month or more, they wouldn't notice. It will go on their bank account. It will just lie there. It won't do anything for the economy directly. We'll go on holiday abroad probably. Now, the segment that we've addressed through the Polish deal is the segment which will, every zloty that they get more, they'll go and spend it. So consumption will rise. Well, as soon as consumption starts increasing, the company, the shops will start to benefit better. The people who work in shops will have a better, secure job. More VAT will come back into the public finances coffers. Corporate tax will be paid. So that's like a self-perpetuating benefit for the taxes. And that's our strategy, really, to make sure that we transfer funds from areas which won't necessarily receive that. Instead of putting higher taxes on the people who are earning a lot, we're cutting the taxes for the people who earn less. And that way, more money is left in people's pockets, and they'll spend more. And that will kickstart the economy. Of course, another ways, as you mentioned, perhaps we should be looking at costs. Well, again, we're not looking at. Okay, we are looking at some costs, the public administration consumption, but again, we don't want to stop spending, because spending will help the economy to kickstart. Same as the public investments. We're trying to get the public investments through the Polish deal, but also through the Resilience Recovery Funds. A lot of money is going to be coming into our economy, which will create a lot of public investments, which will hopefully, with public consumption, private consumption, public investment, it will drag that money out of the private investors' pockets, and they'll start investing. And I think we can see the first signs of that after the first quarter. I think it's about 18% quarter-on-quarter increase in private investment. So it is beginning to work. And I wouldn't be using the word cost all the time about the cost of what's happened. I've been using the word investment. Yes, in the first year or so, I'm sure I, as the Minister of Finance, it's going to cost me $6 billion zloty net to finance the tax changes. But I'm sure within 6 months to a year, most of that money will start coming back in increased consumption and the economy growing. And when that happens, we'll all benefit.
Sure, great. I have one more issue, because I see still very strong argument in, making our more cost efficient, our state. I'm not talking about being, tanie państwo, cheap state. Nobody wants cheap state. We've done it. We want a cost efficient state. And of course, I understand your argumentation, and I fully understand it, that you don't want to fire people and because you want to increase the consumption. But we're talking about the talent element. And what I think is worth to consider, that actually this public administration uses a lot of our talent. For example, if we are talking about KAS, the tax administration, I'm tax advisor, so I can watch quite a lot. And again, I'm not talking about cheap state, because for me, I would like people from KAS to be well paid, because they do important job, difficult job. But we have over 60,000 people employed in KAS, which is quite a lot. It's more than you have in UK, for example. What's also important, when I started my adventure with taxes, it was in 1998, most of time spent by fiscal administration was rewriting data from tax returns into the poll tax system or going to the control. Now it's gone. We have, first of all, IT tools, which are much better. We can make your tax control much more efficient. You not make hundreds of thousands of tax control. You can make a lot of, be much more efficient. But still, I do not see the reduction of employment in KAS. I think that it would be much better to have 20,000 well-paid, well-trained people accompanied with high-tech instruments that will make them, make the controls much more difficult and free those 40,000 onto the market.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So, but you can't suddenly free 40,000. You've got to have the infrastructure there. Now, I give the analogy. I don't know how many people here were in the 90s in Poland, but in the 90s, I remember we were together. In the 90s, when you went to into a bank branch, in the bank branch you'd have IT, you'd have HR, you'd have logistics, administration, you'd have a queue of 25 people and someone behind the till, and when they wanted to go for a cigarette, they just shut the till and they go off for a cigarette and everybody went there. Now, who's been to a branch last year? Nobody, probably. It's totally changed. We do all our banking through a telephone. Sometimes we go into the internet. Very, very rarely do we go into a branch. And if we do go into a branch, it makes no difference which branch we go to. It's the same in every single city or every single town. And the bank knows everything about us. You know, they've scored us. They know where we're spending money, how much we're earning, etc. And that's exactly the model I'm implementing in the Ministry of Finance and CAS. Is exactly a copy of that. The first thing I've got to do is I've got to centralize the IT. Then I've got to write for my taxpayers, and I don't use the word taxpayers. It's the only place I've used taxpayers are my customers, because I'm treating. I sell taxes, and I want my customers to be able to go wherever they want, but best that they don't have to go anywhere. They can do all their tax business over the telephone, GSM application. I want to do everything for them automatically. Already 90% of tax returns, personal tax returns, are automated. You don't even have to click, but you can click to check it. So we are going there. We've put in a lot of new IT processes. So we are going in that direction. And my ambition is that tax offices will be offices where we go for consultancy advice. The same as when you go to a bank branch, you see a nice smiling person selling you various products. If you don't pay your credits, you don't get the information from a branch. It's another area of the bank in a totally different logo that gives you the nasty little letter. That's exactly what I'm building in the Ministry of Finance. The tax offices are places where we want to go. We want to go for advice. And for those that don't pay taxes, the men in black come from a totally different area.
Excuse me, Jerzy, we got the intervention from those that are watching us saying that it's really interesting to see the broader spectrum of how the business represented by the other participants
of course. Yeah, of
may be questioning Minister
Yes, that was exactly what I said. Yeah, but I'm not a great fan of idea of tax advice. I mean, tax office giving advice to people. I mean, that's the role of tax advisor. So I'm a little bit anxious to see this coming. Now, question to Izabela. So, how do you think that? What's your? How do you think that Polski Ład will influence the talent element? Do you think that those changes, especially in tax law, will make Poland less competitive? I mean, is it likely that we will lose to Slovakia again? Because if we see the well, I mean, if you look at the
we took the second place. Yeah, it was. I understand somehow summed up last night.
Yeah, well, okay, but the thing is that we see the efforts of, for example, Czechia and Slovak Republic to attract those high-tech specialists, for example. And do you think that is a risk for business, for outsourcing business, to be in competitive disadvantage due to changes which we are talking about?
Yeah, so I think a lot has been spoken and told today about it. And as you said at the very beginning, actually many questions we wanted to ask to Mr. Minister have been answered by the Prime Minister. So congratulations for a fantastic outsourcing upwards. So for us, it's a great learning. But still, I think that having in mind that we are representing here the particular industry of companies having shared services, big shared services, smaller shared services in Poland, it's important to mention that I understand the benefits and tax benefits. Obviously, it would be even better if we understand more details, so I hope it will come very soon. But for us, the most important thing is that if we look into our report, ABSL report, an average age of our employees is 31. So it's a little bit higher than 26, yeah, it's 31. And at the same time, it was also said during this day that this industry was so flexible and resilient to the situation which we faced last year that within 3.2, if I remember well, yes, it was your statement, 3.2 days we switched from in the office to online working. And it happened because, not only because of the technology, not only because we were prepared, and not only because someone said we prepared our disaster recovery plans for fun in the past or something like that. So it's not only because of that, it's also because of flexibility of our people. Their readiness to cope with the change, to be flexible, to change, to make decisions, and because of that, we are facing really huge risk of losing them in case they count. And as we all know, we are hiring engineers, accountants. They are really able to count in case they count that something is not matching, and especially they are very sensitive if they are counting their own money. Yeah? So from that perspective, I think that what we've heard today is very good, that you are ready for the discussion, for partnering, for dialogue, because I think that those are the arguments which we would like to bring forward and to address. Yeah? So that would be my comment.
Okay, thanks. Great, Elad.
Can I just
Sure.
one thing, just to remember that we've also the devil's in the detail, of course, but we've also just announced that we'll be giving tax credits to companies who are employing specialists, and I expect that most of the people here that are that are employing specialists, so you should be eligible for that. So that hopefully that will neutralize most of the increases that could have been caused.
Yeah. And that's actually the question I wanted to ask to Marcin. How do you find those, of course, proposals of those new tax benefits? Do you think that they will counterbalance the negative elements which we also heard of? That's the first thing. And for you as a CFO, I think it will be also important to analyze, maybe to answer the second question. We don't have that much time, but it's very important. How do you find that stability of the system? If you could answer those two elements, and would you say that it is more important for you to know in advance about even positive changes to the law, or do you like surprises?
I think that's the obvious one. But let me start with the first one. So indeed, at this point, we don't have details. There are some general statements, and I think at this point it is very good because, as it was said several times today, we need this dialogue and to polish the details. So we are moving in the right direction, and I can confirm what Mr. Minister said. There is an openness for the dialogue, and I had the occasion to speak with Mr. Kościński a couple of weeks back virtually on the meeting with the petrol industry, discussing our pain points. If this is going further with understanding of the problems and addressing them, it's even better. Yes? So going back to the question about whether this is pro-investment initiative, there are some good aspects. So I'm hearing about the updates to the research and development release and automatization, extending the Estonian tax. These are all good things. There is also, from what I've noticed, plan to simplify the transfer pricing regulation. That's like honey to my ears because in Shell we are processing advanced pricing agreement for 2 years now. So simplification in that matter is really important, and not only important for the business, for us, but also for the tax authorities, yes, because people are actually spending time on it on both sides. What I'm personally missing in the New Deal is more focus on the energy transition and general environment protection, yes, which is very important in those days. And in this such a strategic plan as we are outlining, I think that we should be putting more focus on it. So I was mentioning those bright sides. There is also, of course, the aspect of how the proposed tax changes will impact our industry. There are measures to offset it. That is good. The important thing, and here I would like to extend what Isa was saying, that we are not only competing within our industry for the talents, but we are also competing internally within global organizations for the roles to be migrated or created here in Poland. So whenever a new role is being established in my organization, there is always an aspect of the talent, of course, which is very important. So education, supply of those talents, but also the economics. Yes, and Shell, within Shell, we are Kraków is not only competing with Czechoslovakia or Czechoslovakia or neighboring countries, but we are competing with shared service centers in Malaysia, India, and Philippines, for the role to be placed in Poland. So decreasing this competitiveness can have an impact on the industry for sure. Your second question on the tax stability, probably I would risk a statement that tax stability is even more important than the actual tax rate in the country. It is a huge burden, and again, this is burden on both sides, yes, on the business side and the administration side. Over the last couple of months, 2 years, 3 years, we had several legal fiscal changes that the business needed to adopt to. Of course, Jerzy, you are very happy because that is bringing you a lot of work and the business to you. IT consultants are happy. Not sure that the administration is happy because of the short period of time between the announcement and the adoption of the regulation that happened often. The number of requests for clarifications, interpretations, corrections of the wrongly submitted documents or the processes, and what is following the court cases where there is a misinterpretation or a dispute about the interpretation is massive. Yes? So for sure, from the business perspective, I would be keen to pay 1% more, but to be able to predict what is coming. Have time to first of all to polish the regulations so they are effective, and last to have time to adapt this and
okay, well,
peace of mind.
Yeah, so as you rightly point out, I fully disagree with your point of view. I think that instability of tax system is good, and thanks to it, I can act as tax advisors. Otherwise, I would have to find myself a decent job. And
Minister of Finance.
yeah, and maybe there's a hidden agenda. Maybe it's the Minister of Finance want to make the tax advisors a lot of money, and then we'll boost economy through extended spending. So maybe that's like it is. Now I've got a question to Mr. Bartkiewicz, because some of us may consider still that New Deal is not very pro-investment. And maybe the question is that we don't want to have much more new FDI in Poland. I mean, we can understand the situation like in the 90s or a decade ago with a high unemployment. Well, people that, foreign investment, new capital, know-how, technology, it was a blessing, obviously. But at this point, it's simply a strong competition to local businesses. For example, if we have a small Polish company hiring 6 engineers working on something, and new big tech coming, employing 500 engineers, sucking those small resources available to Polish firm. Isn't it maybe a problem for Polish entities for growing from a small and medium size to large corporations? Maybe we should discourage foreign direct investments.
Good evening. Very cynical question in that respect, especially at the conference of ABSL, which is the industry which brought a lot of competition into the labor market. Because I'm not from that sector, so listening to what you are saying, I think it should be understood that you brought a lot of inflation, salary inflation, into high specialists at some moment of time. So welcome to the world of competition, and now be aware of the fact. So digitalization, simplification is also the future for you. Welcome. Second point is, I don't think that this is the, let's say, properly or more very precisely created question. We as the country, we can afford to be very choosy. What are the foreign direct investment and what value are they bringing for the economy in that respect? Because from pure economic point of view, also taking into account our strength in export orientation industries and our current account surplus, principally from balance sheet, we don't need that many foreign direct investments. However, the issue is not about having the, let's say, balanced balance of the country. Its issue is about creating the competitiveness. And in that respect, of course, more competition, it's good as long as this competition is bringing the high value. So if we are talking about bringing Poland into the range of modern technology, modern specialization, and so forth and so forth, let it be competition. We are having a huge shortfall of top people in many aspects. Oh, sorry, that's my watch. We are wondering about what will be the impact of New Deal, and sometimes we are forgetting that over a period of last year, combined with pandemia, we are seeing in many specialized professions salary inflation of 30%. 3-0 last year. So we have to understand that this is proper, market is good, competition is good, impact on higher salary specialists that we will all be facing thanks to the New Deal. It's another element that we have to deal with. However, don't look too detailedly into that because big trends are somewhere else. Big trends are somewhere else. Of course, as always, for the government, for every bank, and for ABSL member, the only solution going forward is, thanks God it exists, technology, 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 even more, even more, even more. We are having an element and we are having a chance, and you are the prime source of that also, resources for that. It's a time for Poland to make another civilization jump, to be ahead of competition, to have the best organized health system, which doesn't have to be as expensive because money, it's not only doctors, it's also the organization of the system. It's also the element of every business that we are in. It's time for a jump. I think that this combination of New Deal and the Recovery Fund is giving us the chance. It's not certainty. New Deal is more bringing increase of consumption, as Tadeusz rightly said, but it's combined, on the other hand, of the Recovery Fund and huge investment publicly. What we need is the subject of our concern for a long time is private investments. That's what we need. We need competition. So honestly, I wish that one of the elements of what is coming in the new 5 years, it's that your employees will become a starters of the startups. They will create the competition. They will leave you and you will have a chance to hire new graduates for your job. That is my dream about getting the bigger competitiveness of Polish economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's actually a very good summary of our, opinions and dreams of all of us. I think that we all agree that having heard all of this, we are all very optimistic and think that future is bright and tax system easy and friendly for everybody, even for tax advisors. So thank you very much. We are a little bit behind our schedule, but it's just 1 minute. So again, thank you very much. Thank you too for us. And well, let's have cocktails. Thank you.
Thank you very much for listening to that, and thank you very much for participating in it. And thank you for the interesting, definitely not in line with what we've been saying, the words of President Bartkiewicz. It's important to see and have that external point of view to understand that maybe sometimes we are looking for solutions somewhere else. We could be looking for them just around us and making sure that we fully understand what's going on and analyze the changes, not only from the perspective of a threat, even if it is a threat, trying to talk to the government, showing the chances that some things may collapse, but also trying to understand that the threat and the challenges will create a bigger value because they will go in line with what we've been talking about, creating the talent that will be able to analyze, understand, and create the new solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, to summarize the outcome of today's discussion, I would like to ask to the stage Jolanta Jaworska, Vice President of ABSL and Government and Regulatory Affairs Director at IBL in Poland, Baltics, and Ukraine.
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us today. The fact that you are still with us, it shows how important it is, such a discussion about investments. As a sector, we are employing today 350,000 people in Poland. And as you have seen, we are growing year over year. Our strategic foresight, which we have just prepared, shows that within only 10 years, we can grow by almost 100%. And we have, as you have heard, two scenarios. One, very optimistic, in which we can grow to almost 650,000 employees within only next 10 years. And the second one, not that optimistic, which is only 480,000 employees. What we need the systematic approach, the collaboration between government, not only central, but also regional, and thank you very much for the representatives from regional government and central government who talk to us. We need the collaboration between social partners and academia. The difference is 130,000 and 300,000 to get the new high-paid jobs in Poland. We need urgent solutions because the talent gap, the discussion about this was, and the challenges were raised in all of the panel discussions, and we heard it also at the corridor. From our perspective, the solutions are not only the modern and quality education, and I refer to what Minister Kornecka said, but also transparent, competitive, and simple fiscal and regulatory environment. And we thank very much to Minister Kościński for for this dialogue and for the promise for future dialogue. And we are very open to really discuss with you because it's in our interest, both the government and the business, to come with the solutions that will really boost the economy and keep the talents, not only keep the talents in Poland, but also bring the talents from the other countries. So I would like to thank every one of you for participating in today's forum and encourage all of us to work together and to fight the challenges that we face and change them to the opportunities. Thank you very much, and I would like to invite you for the evening part and the more informal discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Viola, for bringing up all these important aspects that were discussed today. Ladies and gentlemen, as it was mentioned, we will invite you to the cocktail, but just before that, let me remind you of the partners of the event, that it was possible to meet today and discuss all those aspects. So the gold partners, we have Accenture, AICPA, CIMA, ING, Skanska, and Shell. The partners are Citi, HSBC, PHN, and UBS. City partners are the City of Katowice and City of Kraków. Networking partners was the Invest in Pomerania, and safety provided by Stacja Pogotowia Ratunkowego Mazowia. And the whole event was powered by Brill AV Media. To invite you to the next part, the last part of the event, I would like to ask Piotr Tiszkowicz to present the networking cocktail as the partner of that event.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Of the event. You there. Enjoy.